Hello, hello. All right, how's everybody doing? According to the ticker, I have 6 minutes. I'm not sticking to that. Hey there, I'm Sig from NOLA by NOLA. Thanks for being here. Welcome to the New Orleans Jazz Museum. How about this room? Let's hear it. This is a incredible room here in New Orleans, and we're very lucky to be using it for NOLA by NOLA Talks presented by our friends at Relix Media, Relix Magazine. Give it up for Josh Barron, our good friend and man who really has been making this happen for the last 2 years. So thank you, Josh. Josh flew in from Florida today to be here and is excited to participate in this with you all too. For those who don't know, quick introduction about NOLA by NOLA. It started in 2021, coming out of the pandemic, as a way to help get the music alive back in New Orleans when Jazz Fest canceled the fall edition of Jazz Fest. They did that on a Sunday night in August. If you remember, anybody remember that moment? The next day, everything canceled. 2 weeks of Jazz Fest, 2 weeks of French Quarter Fest, Voodoo, Buku, Fried Chicken Festival, all went away. And for the music industry, that was this moment that after 2 years of doing sit-down shows, which quite honestly, nobody made money on, artists made a little bit of money, people got to do their job and had a moment of feeling normal, and there was that sense of community, but venues were not making money. Artists weren't making money. Everyone was working really hard. So the idea was, and this is of the same spirit that the pitchers this morning are going to do. The quick idea was, as I was boarding a plane to go to Chicago at 6 in the morning, was to create an opportunity to bring all the venues together, tell the world, do not cancel your hotel, do not cancel your plane ticket, do not cancel your dinner reservations, do not cancel your boat tour, whatever it is, don't cancel. We have music, and we have the best musicians and the most epic, legendary venues throughout the city. New Orleans and Company and NOTCF agreed with this vision, and in the course of a couple of days, we went from there being no music to 30 venues participating, something, I don't even remember the original number, over 100 shows, and there was an energy that came from that was amazing. And the name NOLA by NOLA really comes from the idea of New Orleanians helping New Orleanians. We didn't just need the people with tickets flying in to participate. We needed local people to go out and hug the music venues the same way they hugged their postmen after Katrina. And for those of you who are here, you know nobody steps up better than New Orleanians when shit goes south. So things were going south, and we did it, and here we are on our 5th anniversary. This year we have 56 venues, 360 shows, and 100 of those shows are free through a program we started this year called NOLA by No Cover, with the goal of putting every genre in every neighborhood every night. And we thank our good friends at Stella Artois for getting that done. So please give it up for them. And on behalf of NOLA by NOLA and Stella, we have some complimentary Stellas outside if you'd like to enjoy one of those. But right now, you all ready to start the pitches? Let's hear it for the pitches. That came out weird. We have some amazing entrepreneurs here, and what's important about this is these are all part of the Metronome program with Idea Village, and Idea Village is out there supporting entrepreneurs from every level of the game to have an opportunity to make their dream come true. And when you have a dream and a vision, man, that just keeps you up every night working like there is no tomorrow on something that there's no immediate return, right? You are just following your passion. So today we're going to celebrate that passion. We're going to celebrate people who are here in New Orleans, hopefully helping us help ourselves create a music industry that can support and sustain a music industry in New Orleans. So with that, I want to introduce to you Sean. I always get his real last name wrong. Mulligan, thank you. I needed a mulligan. I know him as Sean Hobbs, and what makes that so nice is he's a musician. He knows what this is all about. And I think that's why Sean Mulligan is so passionate about it. So let's bring out Sean Mulligan from Ideal Village.
Thank you, Sig. Hello, welcome to Metronome 2025 Demo Day. We're so excited to be kicking off NOLA by NOLA Talks. Just a huge thank you and a round of applause for Sig. This is an incredible just community movement that he's been able to put together and keep going for 5 years now. We're really excited to be a part of this. I also want to thank our program sponsors, G&O Inc., New Orleans & Co., and NOTCF. When we first came to G&O Inc. with the idea for this program, we talked about how New Orleans has one of the highest per capitas of musicians and artists in the world. We talked about how industries that were rooted in culture would soon need to innovate to find new ways to solve problems or create new opportunities. Those solutions should be built here, with the input of the New Orleans cultural economy guiding those founders to build solutions that are effective and scalable. So last year we piloted this program with 2 cohorts, and we learned a lot about what founders in this space need in order to really build momentum. Those companies were mentored by Arthur Sorokin from Google Ventures, and we're really grateful to him and all of those companies for helping us build what this program is today. The first thing that we did after we signed up Arthur for another round of this was we went and expanded the mentor pool. We wanted to draw on expertise from people who are working in the many worlds that the music industry touches. And I want to just quickly thank all of the mentors who worked with companies this year. So Reed Martin, Ashley Shabankare, Mike Maurer, we're hitting stuff. Brent McCrossin, Donovan Williams, and of course, Sig Greenbaum. So please, quick round of applause. This program is really built on being able to share lessons, stories, contacts, and helping these founders get into rooms that they otherwise wouldn't get into. So that mentorship aspect is so important, and you'll notice there are some signs around today. If you yourself is somebody who works in the industry and are interested in working with an entrepreneur through this program, please come find me afterwards. Let's talk. Today you're going to hear from 8 companies who each have made tremendous progress since we first met them back at Selection Day in April. These founders are looking for connections, and this is a great room for them to be in. You are the ones who can give them feedback and lessons learned. If you'd like to be connected to them, find me, find them, or you can email programs@ideavillage.org. And with that, I think we're ready for our first pitch. Can I get a little noise real quick for everybody? There we go. Yeah. All right. Please, I'd like to introduce Taj Mayfield from Cosign. Let's go. I need some applause. There it is.
Hey everybody, my name is Taj, and I'm the founder of Cosign. Cosign is a curated social music discovery app that makes finding and sharing new music easier than ever before. So as it stands right now, the music discovery process is completely broken. Over 125,000 songs are flooding streaming services daily, and this is making it hard for everybody who loves music. Artists can't get in front of new fans, fans are struggling to find new artists, and the one potential bridge that could connect the artists to the fans, the curators, the people who are constantly finding and sharing music, they're kind of being ignored in the process altogether. So right now, people are finding music in one of 2 ways. They're relying on social media or they're relying on streaming. The problem with social media is it pushes the most trendy, viral music out there. So if it's not popular, it's not being heard. And the problem with streaming is it pushes you the same artists and songs you already like. So those other 99% of artists you haven't heard of never make it into your ears. What Cosign does is it uses those artists you already like and those songs that are trending, and it uses it as a starting point instead of an ending point. From there, you can then swipe through millions of artists, every artist that exists on streaming, you can swipe through them, and then basically think Tinder, but instead of trying to find hookups in your area, you're trying to find new artists and new songs based on the artists and songs you already like. And it just gets more and more niche the more you swipe. What this does is it essentially creates a dedicated hub for those music curators, those people that are already finding and sharing music across the internet. It creates a hub for them to then highlight the artists and songs and playlists that they love. And then from there, people can swipe through the recommendations of those curators, those people who are already dedicated to music so much. And then the last step of cosign is connecting the music listener. Maybe they don't want to swipe through all these songs. Maybe they don't want to listen to hours of playlists like the curators. So instead, what we do is connect the listeners to the curators, so then they can just find the curator that they love and whose taste they vibe with and just follow them for the best high-quality recs. So essentially, one way to think about cosign is the better AI gets, the more cosign is needed. Every day with every AI advancement, it gets easier and easier for people to create new music. So that scary 125,000 songs being uploaded daily number that I said earlier is projected to be 300,000 by 2030. So cosign is available on the App Store right now, and it already has traction. Over 1,000 accounts are created, over 2,000 artists and songs are being discovered per month, and even 15 people are already paying for unlimited swipes on the app right now. And this is all before implementing our go-to-market strategy of actually recruiting and finding those curators. So what we want to do is essentially find your top music podcasters, your top music writers, your top music streamers, your top athletes whose music taste you might vibe with, and even your top artists, and bring them in the cosign and have them bring their respective audiences in the cosign to follow them for their recommendations. And then from there, we'll highlight the success stories, the accounts that are really cool, the accounts that are really building a community within cosign, and use that as leverage to recruit more curators and just keep looping like that. And what this will do is it'll unlock a first-of-its-kind creator economy where curators are actually getting paid for their taste. So right now, they're just kind of doing this on the internet for free. Maybe you follow somebody on Instagram who has great recs. Maybe you follow somebody on TikTok or Facebook who's constantly sharing music, and they're not getting paid for it. They're just doing this for the love. But within cosign, they'll actually be able to make money off of this community of music that they've built. So this is the kind of the business model of cosign. Right now, we're in phase 1 where people can subscribe to cosign directly for unlimited swipes and unlimited recommendations. Phase 2 is once we recruit those curators, we want people to be able to subscribe to the curators they love so much and pay them. And then from there, cosign gets a commission. And then once those curators have brought in an audience, we want to then bring in music and other adjacent advertisements across the platform. And all this exists within a huge market. The music streaming market is projected across $100 billion by 2030, and of which 1 in 5 people say they're willing to pay more than what they're already paying on streaming for a percentage of high-level curation. And that's where cosign comes in. If we can just get 1% of those people that are willing to pay more for high-level curation, you're looking at a near $250 million business. So it's important to note cosign isn't trying to replace anybody's Spotify playlist or Apple Music playlist or get people off TikTok. It's actually the opposite. We want to work in conjunction with all of those platforms. So cosign is built on top of Spotify and Apple Music. So every song available on Spotify or Apple Music is available to discover within cosign. And every time you find a cool song or artist within cosign, press one button and you've added it to your favorite Spotify or Apple Music playlist. And the same thing for social media. We don't want influencers to stop posting on TikTok or Instagram. We just want them to convert a percentage of their audience within cosign so they can then get paid for all that they do. And this is all really important to me. I've been working in the music industry since I was a teenager, including at Spotify. So I've come across thousands of artists that kind of never get a chance to find their fan base just because they never get their big break in the algorithm. So that's why I'm so passionate about this idea. And if you're somebody who's passionate about music or you know somebody who's passionate about music, you can scan this little barcode right here, download cosign. So give a little break for everybody to get off their phone. Or if you just want to talk about the idea more in general, here's my contact information because this number is just going to keep going up of the number of songs being added to streaming service. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Taj. Up next, please welcome Megan Enan from Spontaneous Free Tickets.
Thank you, Sean. Hello, y'all. So my name is Megan Enan. I am the executive director for the Live Music Project, and we are the nonprofit that powers the Spontaneous Free Tickets platform. We have been proving this model in Seattle for the last 10 years, and I am thrilled to bring it to New Orleans, where I live. So, speaking of New Orleans, raise your hand if you went to these classical music concerts in New Orleans this week. Yeah, see, that's not enough hands. I feel a way about that, y'all. I want to change that. And so what we're doing here is that classical music has an accessibility crisis, right? So since the 1980s, classical music audiences have been dwindling even while people are looking for ways to get in. They're looking, they want to know, but they can't find it. And that also means that 20 to 30% of concert hall seats are going empty every single performance night. And that is simply not working for audiences or arts organizations. So audiences don't know where to look. They assume that it's going to be prohibitively expensive. They feel like it might be inaccessible to them or they might be unwelcomed. And that's while arts organizations are doing everything they can to drive down ticket costs at the expense of their own bottom line. They're trying to make people feel more welcome, but they're looking at high ad costs that don't convert. They feel like their social media reach is limited. They're feeling even more siloed by the algorithms. And frankly, they don't have the tools or the resources or the staff to do first-timer outreach at the scale that Spontaneous Free Tickets does. So Spontaneous Free Tickets takes empty seats and turns them into opportunities. So we fill concert halls. We connect first-time audiences. We turn empty seats into brand goodwill with every single ticket and every single thank you. We go from this to this. And we do it through a pretty simple process. Switch hands. So how it works is that arts organizations donate their unsold tickets to the Live Music Project. So we're not cannibalizing ticket sales here. These are unsold tickets that come to us. We turn them around to interested, eager, curious audiences who go to the concerts and afterwards fill out a survey about their experience that goes straight to the arts organizations, which creates that virtuous loop, that virtuous cycle between arts donors, patrons, and the arts organizations themselves. And like I said, this works. We've been proving this in Seattle. So over the last 10 years, we've already distributed over 7,000 tickets. I would like to point out that that's over $183,000 worth of free tickets that we've done in Seattle alone. And that is 65% first-time attendees to classical music. This is unheard of in our space. And we have taken the painstaking route to figuring out this entire process. So now, after having figured out every single step, we've turned that into our automated platform that is launching at the end of this calendar year. Millions of seats are going empty, y'all, and I want to fill them. And when we start with our automated platform launch at the end of this calendar year, that looks like 5 cities where a live music project already has a presence: Portland, Seattle, New York City, Baltimore, DC, and New Orleans. We'll be expanding to 7+ markets in 2026 and a national presence by 2027. As I've mentioned to you, this demand is proven. Our infrastructure is ready. And I am a nonprofit. That's one of the exciting things about what I'm doing here, and I'm looking for a corporate sponsorship partner. So I'm looking for a corporate sponsorship partner who's looking to gain year-round national brand presence, that measurable corporate social responsibility impact. They want to be integrated into the cultural fabric of 5 major cities to start and growing every single year. And really, authentic community goodwill that traditional advertising simply cannot buy. Our infrastructure exists, our partnerships are already established, and we are taking this to the next step. So as I've mentioned, we've already distributed those 7,000 tickets in Seattle, including during a worldwide pandemic. And we're looking at a 5-city expansion, including New Orleans, and that national reach by 2027. You may have heard of Vet Tix or Gold Star Tickets or Today Tix, and these amazing organizations serve other communities and other genres. We are the only nonprofit platform built to scale in the classical music space. I'm blessed to work on an amazing team. I get to work very closely with my Chief Product Officer, Shia Lyon, who is the founder of Live Music Project. We have an incredible team of developers, and our contributors also work at places like Microsoft, Boeing, Amazon. They contribute their time and talents to making sure that our technology is popping. And if you are thinking about being a corporate sponsorship partner with us, you're looking at 81,000+ annual brand impressions, that measurable CSR impact that I'm talking about, and positioning yourself as the national leader, making classical music accessible to everyone. And I wouldn't be here if I didn't have an ask for you. And that ask is about, can you introduce me to your friends? I would like to know who you know. And so I am here to ask you, do you know someone who works at an arts-friendly company? Do they work at a bank in our focus cities? Do they care about cultural impact? Have they said, man, I wish that I could see where our CSR dollars were going. I wish that I could see them uplifting entire music scenes. Please introduce me to them. My name is Megan Enan. I'm the executive director of the Live Music Project, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you about spontaneous free tickets.
Amazing. All right, give it up for our next founder. Please welcome Cesar Baccaro.
Okay, you bear with me here because my accent is very thick and sometimes I can't understand myself what I'm saying. My name is Cesar Baccaro. I'm co-founder of Gigs, a music platform for small venues and local musicians that makes booking live music as easy as ordering a ride share. Musicians, music managers and musicians are constantly dealing with the hustle of chasing gigs. Last minute cancellations, empty stages, and but now we have a better way. This, believe it or not, is the way most venues in town still book bands. Hundreds of text messages, emails, that is the equivalent of 500 hours of wasting time for venues manager instead of filling the room with paying customers. The venue managers now will discover hundreds of local artists in seconds. The whole process is gonna take less than a minute, and you're gonna go from discovery to book a band in less than a minute. How it works? Simple. After the venue fill up the event details and press book now, the artist is gonna receive an instant notification, making the whole process quick. After the musicians accept that gig, we auto-generate a chat channel so they both can further discuss the event details. Calendars are gonna be synced, so no more messy spreadsheets. Everything is gonna be synced in one calendar. Gigs build relationships, right? With our verified performance data, we build a trusted community. We build trusted community. With just a tap of a button, the venues managers will have a completely assets to download the artist assets package so they can further promote their events. This is our disruptors right here. There is endless data on Beyonce and the big guys, but nothing on the brass bands down the street. After each show, the both sides gonna leave a quick review. So for the first time, we will have a reliable source of where musicians and venue can combine and a book band with confidence. Gigs is a lightweight, it's different. We are a lightweight, affordable platform built for local venues and local musicians. The live music industry is worth $20 billion. But here in New Orleans and London, with 150 to 50 venues, we can generate $500,000 a year as a recurring revenue. Venues will have a affordable platform. Musicians will have a free subscription for the first year, and we are currently developing premium features launching in 2026. I'm joined by my co-founder, Brent Perks, Trent Smith, an incredible forward software engineer, and our mentor and advisor, Mike Maurer. Then there is me, a Cuban-born musician. For the past 25 years, I've been touring the world, and I'm living these problems. We build gigs because we believe that small venues deserve the same trust and be found the same way big stages does. And we also believe that musicians in town deserve a better way, for sure. We launched in New Orleans with 4 venues and 50 musicians, but we have some breaking news. Just in September alone, oh Lord. But we got the breaking news. Just in September alone, this is the best part, so you're gonna remember. We signed out 13 new venues in the Atlanta area and 50 new musicians. By the end of 2028, our vision is simple. Gigs is gonna be the #1 platform for booking local music. We today are raising $200,000, but the ask today is way simpler than that. If you are a venue owner, somebody who booked gigs in this town, please come talk to me. We are here to bring this movement nationwide and make the live music industry better, starting here in New Orleans, the city of live music. Again, the wrong way. Thank you so much, guys. I'm Cesar Bacaro. Come talk to me. Let's make this industry better.
All right, great job, Cesar. Some of you may have seen this next founder at our most recent pitch night. Please welcome Nate Verhoeven from Who's Live.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nate Verhoeven, and I'm the founder of Who's Live. I want to start by sharing a little bit about my background. For a majority of my life, I was a wrestler and played multiple other sports until I unexpectedly broke my back during wrestling practice. Because I couldn't do much physically, I channeled that competitive energy into gaming and live streaming. As I got deeper into live streaming, I started to realize how much the space was changing. Back then, a majority of live streams used to happen on one platform, Twitch, but the space started to spread out. I started seeing viral clips on social media of live streams that I would have loved to watch happening on YouTube, Kick, Rumble, Instagram, TikTok, Twitter, so many different live streaming platforms. I looked for a way to see what was live across all of these platforms, and there was nothing, and that is what led me to build Who's Live. Live streaming has changed the way people watch live entertainment. Gaming, sports, news, shopping, music, and more are all happening online, not on cable. But it is a fragmented, frustrating experience. Live streams are spread out across so many different platforms, and it is harder than ever for viewers to follow their favorite creators, discover new ones, or stay on top of what's trending live. Who's Live solves this by being the first centralized location where users can discover, watch, and follow live content no matter where it's being streamed from. Think of us as the modern-day channel TV guide service, but catered to the new era of live streaming and digital media. But we aren't just another live streaming platform. Who's Live is an interactive search engine designed for live stream discovery. When you open the app, you can see the top live streams going on right now, or scroll through a personalized For You feed with recommendations based on your interests. You could follow people from multiple different platforms in one place, get notified the moment they go live, and watch, chat, and engage just as you would on the original streaming platform. Our mobile app and website has already brought in over 6,000, it's like 10,000 now, this was made a week ago, but over 10,000 active monthly users with an exceptional 65% retention rate. That's more than double the industry average of 25%. And our users are deeply engaged, spending 30 to 50 minutes on average per session and returning 3 to 5 times daily. And the live streaming market is massive. Today, it is valued at $100 billion, and it is projected to be a $550 billion industry by 2032. For example, in 2014, Twitch was acquired by Amazon for $1 billion, and it just got valued at $47 billion today. Kick, which is a live streaming platform that just went live 2 years ago, made headlines by turning down a $1 billion acquisition because they felt like they were worth more. Whatnot, a live streaming platform strictly focused on live stream shopping and live stream selling, think of the modern day infomercial, just raised $260 million at a $5 billion valuation. Who's Live is uniquely positioned to capitalize on this booming market. So how does the market feel about this solution? Well, here you can see my co-founder Jake and I at DreamHack Dallas, a popular gaming and streaming convention showcasing the app to a streamer we had met at the event. Her chat was reacting in real time with things like, "That's a W app," "Time to download," and "Oh, that's handy." More recently, when arguably the most famous streamer in the world, iShowSpeed, was in New Orleans, I was able to get Who's Live in front of him while he was live to over 50,000 viewers. Clips of that moment went viral on TikTok and YouTube, generating millions of views, and the comments were overflowing with positive feedback. So many that I still haven't even read them all. People were saying, "I need the app," "I'm surprised at how well it works," "This is about to blow up," and even, "Can I pay to promote my stream at the top?" Our go-to-market strategy consists of paid ad campaigns, partnering with streamers, building a strong community, organic virality, and marketing around major live events. We've already started testing our ad campaigns, and the results were promising. While the average user acquisition cost for live streaming platforms is around $4 to $6, ours were significantly lower at around $1. We are set up to generate revenue 5 different ways. Your traditional ads, that is pre-stream ads, post-stream ads, and banner ads. And along with that, we will roll out a subscription service for premium features and less ads. We will offer primetime slots for streamers willing to boost visibility, get affiliate fees through people live stream shopping through us. And we will offer data analytic packages to gamers, streamers, talent agencies, other platforms, or anyone else that's willing to look into our valuable insights. Our team brings extensive experience to Who's Live. Jake leads our day-to-day operations. Ujjwal drives our in-house development team and leads our other 2 developers, Abushan and Kishan. And supporting us as advisors are Sig Greenbaum, a live entertainment specialist, and Adrian Bruno, a fundraising advisor with extensive regional connections. We have already launched our app and website, built a strong user base, and proven virality with clear demand. Now we are focused on rolling out monetization and launching our Smart TV app to truly become the modern-day channel TV guide service. Who's Live is currently in our pre-seed round, and we are looking for connections, whether that's investors, streamers, or anyone in the live entertainment industry that's ready to revolutionize the way people discover and watch live content forever.
Thank you, Nate. All right, let's keep things going. Please welcome Rita Bautista from Lativerse.
Thanks, Sean. Hello. Hello, everyone. My name is Rita Bautista, and I'm the co-founder of Lativerse. Before I get started, I want to take a moment to dedicate this presentation to Genesis Fontana, who passed away this Saturday. Genesis was the creator of this beautiful brand identity for Lativerse, and for us, the most important thing is ensuring that we continue to celebrate our culture and bring forth those creators that are extremely important. So for me, this is personal. You see, storytelling is how we connect ancestrally to wisdom, to community, and to joy. Podcasting brought me back to my culture and helped me build Latina podcasters to build and scale to about $2 million. Being born in New Orleans, I learned that culture is economy on a global scale. So Lativerse is a cultural hub that brings together content, community, and commerce all in one place. But we have a $4.1 trillion problem that we need to solve. Latino content is booming. Raise your hand if you know who Bad Bunny is. All right, yeah, good. We got perreos in the house. But the thing about it is that our community is scattered across multiple generic platforms. So your YouTubes, your Spotifys, making it extremely difficult for the 78% of our audience that is currently video first. it becomes difficult for creators to then get paid their value because the creators are on multiple platforms, and even top Latino creators are still underpaid. And brands, they have a difficulty tapping into that $4.1 trillion buying power, but not anymore. Our solution is Lativerse. Cultura at its core. Our idea is to bring it all together on one hub, connecting creators, brands, and fans all in one place, giving direct access directly to the brands, to that $4.1 trillion buying power, and ensuring that our creators are never undervalued again. Our platform is easy to use, multilingual, gives you the opportunity to pick the genres of content that you can look into. So now you can find your Bad Bunny of podcasting before they blow up on mainstream. And the awesome part about this is that we are currently working on making it mobile and stream friendly, and the opportunity for our super fans to connect and contribute directly to our content creators as well. The opportunity is huge. So there's 65 million Latinos in the US right now. 47% of them are 47 million of them are 18 plus. And we have 20 million that are already currently watching podcasts on video platforms. And our goal is to reach 640,000 of them by year 3. The competition is your general platform, so like your YouTube, Netflix, Etsy, and Patreon, but imagine them all coming into one place, centralized around rich cultural content. The opportunity for you to connect, to comment, to interact with new commercial, oh, I'm sorry, y'all. Woo, hold on. There we go, we're back. All right, the opportunity for you to connect directly with your content creators, to monetize and help them tip by tipping, and then also creating brand merch opportunities for you to purchase right on the platform. And our roadmap is easy. We're gonna go from scattered platforms to an actual cultural ecosystem. The idea is not just the platform, that's where we get started. So video platforms in 2025, to Mercadito and tipping-enabled monetization opportunities in 2026, cultural live activations in 2027, and the idea to take our profits and create a land buyback fund in 2028 to continue to create community-owned cultural spaces. Our revenue model is simple. It's 3-tiered. So subscriptions from a freemium to a premium to be able to get people on the platform and interacting early. Going into our superfan tipping, our goal is to ensure that our creators keep more money in their pockets by keeping our platform fees lower. And brand sponsorship opportunities here, ensuring that we are focused on mission-based businesses that want to connect authentically to culture. Our total revenue within 2 to 3 years would be about $9.7 million. And our go-to-market strategy is to focus on where the community is. We're going back on college campuses. I don't know if you guys know, but Outkast is one of my favorite bands. They actually became extremely successful because they went to the universities and connected where culture is, right? So we're gonna go and focus on the Hispanic serving institutions and also go to schools that have 10% of the Latino population or higher of their student body, ensuring that we create cultural hubs on campus, and then moving on to a creator program to attract top Latino talent and bringing our platform onto your carrier deal. So using your cell phones, T-Mobile, AT&T, we already have relationships with different wireless programs, but we want to pre-install this into the cell phones. Our traction, we're not starting from nowhere. I had the opportunity to build my podcast network, and because of that, we now have 13 million impressions between my business and other partnerships that we have. We have letters of intent from top Latino creators like Jessica Fernandez Garcia. Her actual platform itself reaches about 10 million. If we just get 1% of her conversion, we can get 100,000 right out the gate. And then our MVP is fully built out on Lovable already, so we're really excited about that. And you can't build a successful business without a successful team. Myself and my co-founder, David, have been able to reach 50 million impressions on different platforms alone over the last couple of years of our businesses. I bootstrapped Latina podcasters from $0 to $2 million in sales and have really strong partnerships with some of the largest networks in the world that are focused on Latinos. And our partnerships with our advisors, Google and Ads Mobile being the largest Hispanic advertisement company in the world, we're really, really positioned to make sure that this company is going to be very successful. And how can you help? Well, we have a lot of Bad Bunny supporters in the house, so I'm sure that you guys also know some up-and-coming Latino talent. We're more than excited to connect to people here locally. Over the last couple of years, I've been able to connect to talent all over the world, but I really would love to bring it home and find some more Latino talent here in New Orleans and in the state of Louisiana. We are also looking for those who want to become early testers of the product. So if you're interested, see me after this, and I would love to take your information down so that you can start testing out our platform. And founding partnerships. If you're a mission-aligned brand or business who's ready to tap into that $4.1 trillion buying power, we're excited to work with you. My name's Rita Bautista. Muchas gracias.
Amazing. Y'all, we're over the halfway point. Please make some noise for our next presenter, Shivang Thakur from Storia.
How's everybody doing today? The weather's getting better, so that's good. All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Shivang, founder of Storia, where reading comes alive through immersive soundscapes. We're facing a literacy crisis in America. Nearly 70% of 4th and 8th graders are reading below their proficiency levels, as per the National Assessment of Educational Progress. And this isn't just 1 year. It's a downward trend, where reading levels have been below their 2019 and 2022 levels. And after talking to teachers, I learned that reading is boring for students, that their confidence is lower than ever, that they feel that reading isn't for them, and that their attention is also in competition with other addictive platforms like TikTok, gaming, etc. So how can we create reading solutions for the mind that's becoming more and more used to multi-sensory experiences? Well, let's hear the story come alive with Storia. Storia is a platform designed to enrich the reading experience by pairing soundscapes that match where you are in terms of the mood and setting of the book. Take, for example, The Wizard of Oz, where Dorothy is set in the Great Kansas Prairie lands. And perhaps at the time, as you're reading the book, you hear the sounds that relate to where Dorothy is and where you, as a reader, are in the book. Storia aims to help keep kids engaged by having these dynamic cues that can help with their comprehension of where the story's at. But what do I mean by this? When Dorothy enters the gray world, maybe at that time you might hear the wind in the background or the grass rustling as you read the book. And when Toto, her dog, comes into play, maybe you hear that subtle bark. There it is. And in that same chapter, there's this intense cyclone scene with the tornado comes in and the house is all up in the storm. Maybe you hear the sounds that relate to that scene at that time. So again, Storia doesn't aim to distract the reader from where they're reading, what they're reading. It aims to engage them even further. And readers are already trying to find ways to get this sort of sound immersion. There's a book series called A Court of Thorns and Roses, ACOTAR for short. And this is an actual Spotify playlist with over 70,000 saves. But the thing about these Spotify and YouTube playlists are that they're a one-size-fits-all, or they're static in nature, meaning that if you enter a war scene and gentle piano starts playing, does that really match where you are? Same thing with the ambient sound apps. While there are relaxing sounds, again, it's the same one-size-fits-all static loops that don't necessarily adapt to where you are. And while audiobooks are great for narration and read aloud, they're also more of a passive listening stance with a narrator and forced reading pace. So Storia overall is looking at the overall global education edtech market with the focus on US middle school reading engagement, with our target of nearly 50,000 students over 5 years, with about 170 schools as our goal. For business model, we have a B2B, a per seat annual licensing for schools with a B2C freemium strategy on the roadmap. As of now, there's a tiered structure. And for our go-to market strategy, we're trying to get to schools. We're trying to get schools and teachers to pilot Storia, to put it in their hands, to try it out. And we also know that there's moms in reading clubs, there's parents in reading clubs that may want Storia for their own personal reading experiences. So that's why we also have a B2C phase 2 on the roadmap. I'm Shivank Thakor. I'm the founder and CEO. I graduated last year with a bachelor's in business analytics, giving me a sense of the data behind the product. I've also worked at educational institutions here in New Orleans, at charter management school organizations, as well as pedagogy institutions at Notre Dame. And my ask here is simple. I'm asking you to help me fight back against these declining literacy rates and to help these struggling readers that don't feel that reading is for them. If you're a parent or teacher that's also been struggling to get reading to be a sense of joy for these readers, then please help me get into the meeting rooms, the conversations with those that can help Storia be a pilot for the teachers in classrooms struggling to get readers to read. And if you're someone who has more of a development background than me, then please help me and join me in help bringing Storia into these classrooms where readers are not only reading their stories, but hearing it come alive. Storia.
Great job, Shiv. All right, please help me welcome our next founder to the stage. Please welcome Ekanam Abine from Liftly.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Have you called your mother this week?
Go ahead and try that with the clicker.
All right. Liftly is the first on-demand music therapy app for all mothers and their babies, based on music therapy principles like tempo entrainment and BPM heart alignment. I'm Ekanam Abine, and over the past 15 years, I've spent my time supporting mothers and babies through music in 4+ countries. Becoming a mother is both beautiful and stressful. Imagine a mom like Janelle. She is driving home from work. She has to pick up her baby from daycare. Her baby's crying. She's alone. She's exhausted. And what she needs in that moment is not a brochure. She needs grounding exactly then. And there are millions of mothers like Janelle. They're often not very well supported, and many of them are in situations where they're not receiving medical care because they don't have access or they haven't been diagnosed. And the current tools for them, beyond brochures or one-off therapy sessions or even generic hospital apps, are not meeting their momentary needs. Enter Liftly. Like I said, it's the first on-demand digital music therapy app that shapes every mood that mothers and babies might be having. Through hand-chosen music that centers Black moms and welcomes all mothers, and through live, culturally grounded peer support. We also offer local meetups so that mothers can stop feeling alone and start feeling in community. Because one of the things that I learned in my many years of supporting mothers is that wellness often starts in culture and in personal moments. So let's take a look at the app. Janelle clicks open the app. She selects her mood, which in this case is stressed. Then she selects her baby's mood, obviously and audibly fussy. And then the app generates a bouncy soundscape that encourages her body to move, soothe herself and her baby. And and in moments, they are calmer and more grounded. This is music therapy, but not in a clinic, in an exact, in-person, accessible moment. And our app has 16 different mood states to cover all the combinations that mothers and babies can experience together. We also offer musical meetups, and we offer joy quests that are ways for moms to get points for doing self-care. So let's talk a little bit more about how this app is not just in my imagination. Our MVP is already built, and it's been tested now with over 50 moms. It's changed since the slide was made. Most of the moms said that they felt better. One of them even said she felt like she was where she belonged. Our business model is pretty simple. We charge $9.99 per month to each mother. And beyond that, we're planning to expand from these mom subscriptions to corporate wellness and also to partnerships with hospitals. This is how our market opportunity goes. There are 3.5 new mothers born every year, and 70% of those mothers are in the workforce. Corporations are investing $90 billion every year in employee wellness, and hospitals are investing $2.5 billion a year in equity and postpartum care. So our goal is to meet 6,000 mothers here in New Orleans to gather data from their experiences and to use that traction to expand into these larger markets. Of course, there are apps like Calm and Headspace that are supposed to help with mood, but none of those apps are aimed at postpartum mothers. And there are smatterings of other kinds of apps with other services as well, but Liftly puts them all together in a way that doesn't feel clinical or cold like hospital apps and covers all of their needs in the moment. My team is really amazing, and some of these people are people you may know. I'm supported on the clinical side, the community side, and the software side by people like Ashley Shabankare, who's a board-certified music therapist and works with the Trombone Shorty Foundation. Ashley Schlattweiler, who's also a board-certified music therapist and works at Ochsner Hospital. Brandon Durbin, who is at Akava. He is their CEO of software. And Jane Cooper, who is the past CEO of Patient Care. And then there's me. Like I told you, I have 15 years of developmental music research that's published. My training is at the Yale Child Study Center and the Gordon Institute for Music Learning. Beyond that, I also had a Black mother who was an immigrant and experienced extreme postpartum stress. So I know how urgent this need is. I'm also a musician here in New Orleans, the music city of the world, which has brought jazz music and is still a cornerstone of many kinds of music for America. And as a musician here, I want to support the future of New Orleans through music. Today, I'm asking you all for connections. I'm asking you all, if you know a mother, a young mother, tell her about Liftly. If you know somebody in hospital admin, if you know somebody in HR, if you know any doulas, lactation workers, tell them about Liftly. And also, if you know anybody who creates new music content, especially if they're a creator of color, please tell them about us. We are welcoming all kinds of creativity and community into our app. And with that, I've been Akana Mabina. Let's lift mothers up. Thank you.
Ooh, that was fantastic. We've got one more presentation today. Please give it up real loud for our final founder, Charles Jackson from Lute Lab.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Charles Jackson. I'm the founder of Lute Lab, and the goal of Lute Lab is to build high-performance, affordable digital guitars that can produce any sound imaginable. To understand the significance of Lute Lab for guitarists, it's important that you understand that modern music and technology are tightly coupled. Today, piano players can go to any instrument store, buy a digital piano, plug it into their computers, and have access to thousands of sounds that a traditional piano could never produce. Lute Lab intends to give the same capability to guitarists. Now, this has been tried in the past many times, but all of the previous solutions have one of the three following problems. Problem number one is that of low accuracy and responsiveness. There's a category of guitar that has technology that effectively listens to what the guitar is producing in terms of sound and tries to guess what the player is playing. I'll spare you the boring technical details. Suffice it to say, this guitar sometimes produces the wrong melody at the wrong time. So it's not good for performance. It's not good for recording. Problem number two is that of poor fill. There's a category of guitars, or I guess you could say guitar-shaped objects, that have a variety of buttons on them laid out in a way that a guitarist would be familiar with. But this one is obvious. Buttons are not strings. So that's a compromise for guitarists, right? That fill is not good. And the last issue is the biggest one, unaffordability. There is a category of guitars that is technically excellent. It's an amazing product. The same way you touch your cell phone screen and it knows where your finger is on the screen, this guitar, it understands where a player's hands are on a fretboard. The problem is you have to pay $4,000 for that. And you're waiting 3 to 12 months before you get the product after you order it. In comes Loot Lab to save the day. So we've considered all of the important factors for digital guitars: accurate notes, fast response time, good playability, and feel. And we focused on this critical component of manufacturability. The way we've done this is by integrating a printed circuit board directly into the the neck of the guitar. And what this allows us to do is take that fret scanning technology that I mentioned was $4,000 and reduce it to a fraction of the cost. So now we have high manufacturability and low cost, and in combination, that gives us accessibility. And so, because of that, Loot Lab has the potential to reach many guitarists. As of 2021, the yearly revenue generated by guitar sales was $2 billion. This was associated with 3 million unit sales of acoustic and electric guitars combined. These stats were split about evenly between both of these types of guitars. And so at Loot Lab, we believe that digital guitars will have a similar performance of about 1 billion a year and 1.5 million unit sales at their max. But Loot Lab itself expects to start off at about 2 million a year based on an initial 12,000 unit sales. And this should rapidly increase as we form relationships with suppliers and build a robust supply chain. So our business model is very simple. We'll start off with online sales, crowdfunding, and then expand to retail sales, working with stores like Guitar Center, Best Buy, local instrument stores. And lastly, we would hope to expand to all of the current instrument manufacturers who might have an interest in this technology. So think your Fender and Epiphone, think Yamaha, Roland, Akai, Novation, all of these manufacturers, we would like to license our technology to them if they have interest. So at Loot Lab, we consider today our true start. We're finally going public. I've been working on a prototype for the last year or so. And I want to point out that this isn't just an idea. I actually do have something that is functional. It is high performance. There's still some work that needs to be done. I will be doing demonstration videos shortly after this presentation today, within the next week or so, to let everyone see where we're at currently. After that, I hope to apply to Co-Create 2025, which is a pitch competition. And should I win, that will allow me to build some additional capital to work with before the final stage, doing an engineer consultation, understanding what initial production and manufacturing costs are, and then doing a crowdfunding launch, a crowdfunding campaign. So my team, I've been using the royal we a lot here. It's just me, team of one. I am a mechanical engineer, or rather I have a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. I've actually worked as a data engineer, data analyst. I have experience with software development, computer aided design, a bunch of nerdy stuff, ultimately. And what that means is I can take this project from ideation to completion, given a little more time and resources. And also, of course, the most important thing, I've been playing guitar since I was like 17 or so. It's been a long time. I'm getting very old, y'all. And I'm looking forward to this for my own sake. I'm looking forward to that final product so I can plug it into my computer and mess around with all these weird, goofy sounds. So my ask for you today is, if you find digital guitar, I was about to say excuse me to this mic stand. If you find digital guitar interesting, go to lootlab.com, subscribe, Tell all your guitarist friends. Go to lootlab.com, subscribe, because this is happening. Thank you, everyone.
All right, y'all. That's it. Thank you all so much for being here. Thank you to NOLA by NOLA for having us. Please stick around. There are some really great panel discussions happening later today. We'd love for y'all to stick around and tune into those. I want to get a round of applause really quick for all of our founders again and to invite them all to come join me up on stage. Thank you to G&O Inc. and all of our Metronome sponsors. We will be running this program again in the spring, so if you're interested in mentoring or getting involved, or you have somebody who might be interested in submitting and being one of these founders up here on stage next year, please come find me afterwards. Let's start talking. Thank you guys again.
Don't go
Welcome back to NOLA Talks. We are very excited for our second day. We had a great panel and discussion this morning with all the New Orleans entrepreneurs pitching their music industry businesses, apps, and platforms. And now we're going to go back to a more traditional model of a couple panels and get to those free Stellas here, if you would like. Don't forget, Stella, the official sponsor of NOLA by No Cover, which has led to 100 free shows during NOLA by NOLA this year, which is absolutely phenomenal. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Soft clap, golf clap, like that. I am the founder of NOLA by NOLA. My name is Sig. I'm really happy y'all are here. I'm really happy to get to our next panel as we talk about the keepers of the flame and asking the question, are traditional forms of music at risk? And we're very fortunate to have some amazing people. I'll let them be introduced here through our moderator. It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to a man you've heard on the radio at all hours of the night, all hours of the day. And if he's not on the radio, he's in a club watching live music. Give it up for Soul Stew from WWOZ.
Thank you, Sig. Thank you, Sig. Appreciate it. Once again, thank you, Sig, for having us all here and for putting on this wonderful event that is NOLA by NOLA. It's just blossomed into such a wonderful happening. I'm honored to be a part of it. I look forward to it every year. A lot of times I spend my summers, away, beat the heat, and I always make sure I get back in time for this event because it's something you don't want to miss.
Yeah, you're right.
So Sid gave a great introduction there. We're talking about, the state of New Orleans culture and New Orleans music, the current state that we're in, moving forward. And we've got some wonderful people here to help elaborate on that. To my right, we've got my honorary nephew, Mr. River Eckert.
Yeah, you're right, River.
He's the only person on this panel who I've actually had the pleasure of knowing since they were an infant. So that's quite an honor. I've known this kid since he was the size of a po' boy, I always love to say. And it's been a wonderful watching him grow into this wonderful musician that he is today, and that he continues to grow and to be. And then we've got the great Aurelian Barnes right here, another wonderful, another second generation New Orleans, or maybe even more, Louisiana musician. His father is Sun Pie of the Sunspots, and of course the Northside Skull and Bones gang. And then of course Aurelian is also a member of the Rumble. That's got some amazing albums. The live album at the Maple Leaf they put out is just straight fire. Do not miss them. But once again, they're keeping the traditional, the Black Masking Indian sound alive, reinventing it through their own original music, which is something I really love to see. And so we're definitely going to dive into that with Aurelian. Then we've got Big Chief Gerald Page right here, man, who's been sewing those feathers on that suits for most of his life, longer than I've been alive, probably.
Too long, too long.
And then we've got Nate Cameron right here, who runs a wonderful production company, working with a lot of young hip hop artists and R&B artists and just members of the community, and they've got a great network of musicians. So we're gonna talk to him about that. And I think maybe we'll just kind of go down the line here. And if anyone wants to chime in on anything that anyone else is saying, please do. This is a discussion. You are all here for a reason because we respect what you do in this city, and we respect the contributions to this culture, and we care about what you have to say. So I'm going to start with the youngest here, the one I guess I've known the longest. About 15 years. I guess I've known, Right. Anyways, so River is a second-generation New Orleans musician, a first-generation New Orleanian. His father and mother moved down here years ago, and when his dad was playing with the Dirty Dozen brass band, River went and, talk about coming full circle, River went and sat in with the Dirty Dozen last night at Tipitina's, played six songs with them. I actually first met River at a Dirty Dozen concert when his father was playing, when he was strapped to his mother's chest. He was about that big, and he had a shirt on that said, a onesie that said, recently evicted, that I will never forget.
Oh, wow.
But anyways, I've had the pleasure and honor of watching River grow up since he was born, and the kid has literally just been raised around nothing but incredible musicians his entire life. He grew up off Oak Street. His dad had a recording studio in the backyard. Musicians coming by to rehearse, to record. It's pretty much all River has known his entire life, and he took to it pretty well. So River, I know I gave you a bit of your backstory, but what was it like growing up in this city with all these musicians around you all the time, and how did that affect you as a young person growing up?
Well, yeah, Stu, like you said, it's really all I know. since when I was real young, at backstage at the dozen concerts, I would be internalizing all that stuff I was hearing, and I was always a little interested in piano at a real young age. So I'd go kind of pick out melodies that I was hearing and stuff, and then on the street you hear music. So and then here on the street you hear Dr. John and Dozen and Marty Gras Indian music, whatever, all the New Orleans music. And so eventually I figured out what I was hearing and what the sound of New Orleans is, and that's when I really started studying it in specific parts, as James Booker, Professor Longhair, Dr. John, so on. And yeah, now I'm here and I'm still studying the music, trying to master it as much as I can.
Try.
And yeah, you know, it's been real fun growing up and living in New Orleans and being born here. And it's a place like no other.
Walking by the Maple Leaf every day of your life, that probably seeped into the into the brain some, right?
Yeah.
And then another great thing you've been doing, not only have you been playing all these great New Orleans, you know, just gems of the canon of the standards, but you know, Big Chief, Tipitina, and all that, but you've also been writing a lot of your own tunes lately as well, right?
Yeah, I've just started writing originals. I'm working on the craft of writing music, and it's something I like to do the rest of my life. I enjoy it, and it's fun, like putting new stuff into the world for people to hear. And yeah, you know, I'm working on that.
Nice. Well, speaking of which, writing original music, Aurelian, you're in the same boat here. You've been, you know, grown up with this music. You've been reinventing it in your own way through your lens too. Thing I love about the Rumble, just like I love about River's music, River takes like the old school kind of R&B and funk, but puts his own spin on it. Y'all are taking, you know, the rhythms of the Black Masking Indians and turning that into these just ripping funk tunes, which is, you know, looking back at the Wild Chapatulas and the Wild Magnolias and Willie T and the Gators, I mean, that's what they were doing as well. And I feel like sometimes after a while after that, it got kind of, I mean, it was... A lot of groups would get up there and just kind of do the chants on that. That was cool. But y'all have just like very structured songs, like serious arrangements, full horn sections, all that. So can you maybe talk about your upbringing with the masking community and how you've channeled that into your songwriting and your playing?
Yeah. So I mean, I grew up. My dad, Senpai, is a musician and part of the Northside Skull and Bone Gang. He's the chief now, but he's been masking with them since about 1999. So I grew up around all that kind of New Orleans street culture. And also he ran a band the whole time, and that whole time he was writing original music, and so I was watching him do that. And one thing that we like to do with the Rumble is kind of not be limited by what's already been done before us, but we do take a lot from that. So we draw upon it, and then we basically take the concept of you know, New Orleans culture and Black masking culture, and we put that into whatever it is that we do. It doesn't matter what kind of song it is, what kind of genre it is. We just write the music from that lens, or, you know, from the perspective of any of us in the band, but a lot of times it's centered around that, because that's a cool way to see New Orleans through masking culture and through the celebrations that we've had over our history. Not only to enjoy life, but to be able to survive, because that's really what it's been about. It's about survival. It's been about making sure that we practice our culture and that we keep who we are, who we know we are. We keep that alive, because it could easily get diffused or destroyed by people.
And exploited,
yeah.
right.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, Gerald, I think you're the perfect person to weigh in on this too, as someone who's been masking for many, many years, and you know, long before social media, before you could see a picture of the Big Chief on your phone in Switzerland, right. And back when you had to actually, you know, you couldn't find out on the internet where the second lines were coming or where the Indians were coming out. You had to know people. So you've seen it progress from there.
I wouldn't say that I've seen it.
Maybe
I've seen
not
it progress to a certain extent.
Right.
And me and Aurelian were just talking about it. The Indian sound, well, the indigenous sound. We get so used to saying Indian, but when you start to travel, when you think of Indian, you think of Pakistani.
Right.
The actual term in Africa is Afro-Indigenous culture, because everybody that was here when America discovered wasn't black. So we have to start teaching the correct methods. The term Mardi Gras Indian, it's used very lightly.
Right.
And the thing I love about what the Rumble's doing, I was just telling Aurelian, it's pushed me to be more in that space, to make the sound evolve. You know, I'm 4 generations as chiefs. Boathouse was my uncle on my mom's side. Tootie was on my dad's side.
Greatest big chiefs ever.
Gerald Jake Malone, who's the chief for the White Eagles. That's my namesake. So when you see those elders, even musically wise, my wife's uncles were Willie and Percy Humphrey from Pranzell. So my doctorate is in music education. So when I look at the overall spectrum, and I just told Aurelia, man, I'm proud of y'all. Y'all pushing me more. Even seeing River, I always tell River, I'm proud of you to see that young generation really appreciate the culture, because we get overlooked. If you've never left New Orleans, the biggest mistake that's made, when you talk to people everywhere, they love what we do, but the post-Katrina New Orleans, in my perspective, has become the new plantation. It's been that, but it's even more so now. And I think we have to really evolve and continue these conversations, because I tell people I was talking with Shamar. I don't say True Orleans no more. I don't say local. I say I'm a native, because I was born and raised there. There's a lot of people that fly here and think they can dictate and know the culture. You're an exception. Jake's an exception. When you get it and you pay homage and you show the love, we got to get back to that, man. It's a big disconnect. You know, if you've never been to Africa, the first thing they'll tell you when you live in New Orleans, you're in the most Afrocentric city away from Africa.
100%.
But we're becoming so disconnected. So it's a lot, man. This is a great panel. I applaud Sig for what he's doing. River, I tell you, every time I see him, I tell him, man, I'm proud of you. Keep doing your thing. Tell Aurelian the same.
And something Aurelian just said about, the traditional, songs and just the chants and everything of the masking culture. He said about survival. I mean, that's what a lot of these songs were about.
And that's the thing. The whole evolution of the black masking culture is rooted in resistance and rebellion.
100%.
Because your traditional carnival crews, if you notice, a lot of the elders, they don't say Mardi Gras, they say carnival, because it's indigenous and it's Afrocentric. Really and truthfully, if you go look, what we do when we build suits, it's not just indigenous, it's the Junkanoo culture. Junkanoo, it's Creole and it's African. So what we do, we've taken the indigenous diaspora, but we've celebrated more through the African spectrum with the Junkanoo. That's why you see such elaborate suits with the chief. Because back in the day when it first started, we didn't spend nowhere near what we spent. Only way a chief was known was for a big crown and a big stick. Now everybody want to make suits extremely big, but when you literally go around indigenous, there's no such title as big chief.
Right.
You're either a chief or you're not.
That's a New Orleans.
There's also women chiefs. It's chieftains or chieftesses. So we gotta, I tell people what I picked up on talking with my elders, we add that big because we gotta stop trying to be relatable to Mardi Gras. Why would you want to be related to something you weren't wanted? Yeah, exactly. You weren't accepted, it excluded you. So, like I said, we have to have the conversations in order for people to understand.
And another thing that I realized, researching Black Masking Indians recently, that they predate these float crews by, 100 years.
Actually, it's 150 years before.
150 years, right. To the point where they actually outlawed feathers because the occupying powers were so terrified that if the enslaved people of color and the Native Americans got together, they could overthrow them. So that was,
And if you watch, think about how we were only allowed to celebrate our culture on a Sunday in Congo Sweat so they can keep a watch. Look at our history repeating yourself. When I always tell people, and I realize when I do lectures, black culture is the most lucrative, most prosperous thing in the world, but it's the most underappreciated, undervalued thing in the world. 100%. It's nowhere in the world.
The most exploited.
Most exploited.
100%.
We shouldn't have to leave home to get the pay that we deserve when the wages don't match up. Man, there's a lot of culture bearers literally struggling to pay bills, 100%. About to lose their homes, and to me, it doesn't add up.
Can't get proper health care?
Exactly. Can't get don't even start on that. So it's an endangered way of life, man, definitely.
Nate, I didn't know. Sitting here learning a team. And I want to talk about what you have going on with your artist collective and the way that they channel the city and how the city has embraced them, and also the obstacles that you face with your artists being here in New Orleans, and the advantages as well.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. So to kind of the through line between kind of what everybody here was saying. So I started as an artist. My uncle owned a really popular club here in the 90s called Club Whispers. And so I would be in the back of that doing my homework, soaking in the music. My dad was Rick James's tour manager for 7 years. So much like all of these folks, I was around. You think Charlie Murphy got some stories. My dad got some stories. Got the real Rick James stories.
I used to be in Whispers Wednesday.
You can't tell them on TV. But I was always around it, always around music. My wife, who I've known since we were 12 years old, her grandfather is Snooks Eaglin, so I was close with their family.
Blues man to ever do
so it was. I was always around all kind of dopeness, all kind of New Orleans talent. I went to Tennessee State in Nashville for music business because my thing was I was always intrigued. I was a writer, I was an artist, but I was always intrigued as to why some of the local talent here didn't pop like I would see in other places. And what I found out very early was that we intentionally do not have infrastructure for a lot of the back end stuff, whether it be management, which is where I am now in the management side, whether it be production. When I was coming up, it's getting better now, piece by piece. But when I was coming up, none of that lived here. You had all of these great artists and all of these great folks from here, and we were sending money out because their management was in LA, their management was in New York. And there's still a place for that, but much like Doc said, it hits a little bit different when somebody is from where you're from or knows what you're going through. This is a very weird city we're in. Right. So we're not a cookie cutter city. It'd be.
We ain't Nashville. We ain't Austin.
And I went to I went to Belmont, Tennessee State in Nashville. So Nashville was where I learned about. So that was where I learned about the business. I went to Nashville and started meeting people that had written one line on an Alabama album and were set for life. Right. And coming from New Orleans, I hadn't seen that. What I saw hard-working musicians who were legendary and were getting their stuff sampled all over the world, but they still had to gig every week. They had to gig. They didn't have the insurance. They still had to depend. They didn't have the publishing, right? And so my thing was always like, all right, how do we figure out how to have representation? So I went to school for management. I worked in industry for years, worked for Atlantic Records, worked in Germany, and then just wanted to come back home and be like, all right, now it's time for me to bring what we have here on the management side and just try to build up and do stuff. So just work with a lot of my peers. I grew up with Trombone Shorty, was on the Tank and the Bangers management team when they first got started, and a lot of what I saw traveling with them around the world, was really seeing how people appreciated our culture, and so that sparked me to really start, Global Warming is our collective of young Black artists from here to really show them and really teach them the game, the music side of things, how to treat yourself as a business, but how can you also do as what the Rumble are doing, be true to who you are, push the culture forward, but also do it in a way that you're getting what's owed to you. You're not being exploited. Right. You know what I'm saying? And taking a stand. Exactly. And taking a stand like a lot of those guys have, which I salute when something don't feel right, they've taken a stand and said something. Traditionally, that's not been the case. It's kind of been like, so I think that it's important. So I've always just been an advocate, a manager that's artist-facing, artist first. We have to take care of our artists first before everything. So whether talking to the mayor, now being on this Louisiana Music Commission with the state, everywhere I go, it's all about how do we treat our artists better? How do we take care of the whole artist? And so now I'm working, like I said, with Pell, with Tank of the Bangers. Just started working with my childhood friend Bo Dollars Jr. and the Wild Magnolias. So just started working with them. And so it's always about pushing what happens and what has happened forward. I think we're in a cool time where we have people like the Rumble, we have people like Doc Rivers, Flag Boy Gibbs that are rooted in tradition, but are also got another foot in doing something new and fresh.
Yeah, not everyone's doing Lil Liza Jane every night. We love Lil Liza
exactly.
Jane. Great song.
We love it.
Right. But you can add to the can.
Yeah.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's what I feel my role is, just to try to advocate for these guys that are doing this amazing work, these culture bearers that are important and essential. I need not only the fans to know how essential they are, but the powers that be, whether it be government, whether it be state, whether it be funders. Like, I need them to know that these are the people who need to be at the table.
And I think like what you just brought up is one of the is wonderful. It's one of the kind of reasons we're having this discussion right here. And because I mean, I've lived in this town for 23 years, and ever since I got here, I remember Loyola Music Business in 2002 said, "Oh well, New Orleans doesn't have enough infrastructure. We're gonna build that. We're gonna build that." And all these said, and you know they did things to do it, but it's still not quite there. And so many like the biggest artists in this town have outside management, which I get, but I wish there was more here, more booking agents, management agents, publishing companies, studios. I mean, I feel one of the many things that made Alan Toussaint such a genius. Not only was he the greatest, producer, arranger, songwriter, but Alan had his own publishing company. Right. He had his own studio, managed himself. He kept it in-house.
He developed other artists. It's another thing. We live in a world where they don't want to develop artists or they don't want to develop people, right?
Well, it's something that, to piggyback on what you guys saying, my wife and I, we went to Ghana. And we accumulated land. The first thing we saw in the airport, I wrote the quote down so I didn't forget it. It said, "To know your worth, you have to understand your worth." The problem has always been with New Orleans, from even watching with the elders. Before Katrina, we didn't know that we were struggling because the community looked out for one another.
Totally. Everyone looked out for each other. Everyone had so much fun.
Exactly. So it was like the community, the culture looked out for each other.
And it was cheap to live here. Yeah,
and
we
that's
were all
the
so
thing.
broke, but it was so cheap.
Just 20 years ago from Katrina, you can get a studio, one-bedroom studio, in this same area, $125 a month.
Right.
We just got my grandmother's house back off Hickory and Leonidas. When I tell you the prices they're renting for around that, it's nowhere in the world. So it's just how can and I'm gonna be transparent. I had the same conversation. The race card is starting to play a lot now, to where black culture, they feel as if you have to do this. When you try to challenge them, like the Rumble did. I remember me and Joseph had a conversation. We was in Jefferson Variety. And the concept came about by me being I'm a board member for Endearment. I know I'm the token. My job is to book the marching bands. So I use that to my advantage. That's why you see so many HBCUs. Look at the programming they've been doing us in New Orleans for the longest. I'm an HBCU graduate 2 times, undergrad and grad school. But when you're in Louisiana, what's the only college they talk about? You have Xavier, you have UNO, Delgado's, which is a community college, but the thing is, we're so programmed to think the way of the establishment. Right. We don't have enough allies. It starts even with the city council. You ain't never seen them at nobody's show. Right. But you want to create all these, I'm glad Nate is on certain things now, but majority of them, you don't see them till election time. We don't have those true voices, and if you don't travel and you don't get in those avenues, my wife and I, prime example, Essence Fest. There's always a gang of people that come, people of color, and when they watch and they see it, the first thing they say, they're like, "Man, they got a lot of house Negroes in New Orleans." Sonny Patterson has a perfect poem out. It says, "New N-words for sale," and that's what you get when they see people that's native on New Orleans. You can go on Netflix right now. There was a movie called Cutthroat Series put out during the pandemic by the RZA and the GZA. The whole premise of the movie is that people from New Orleans are broke, uneducated, and was trying to rob FEMA. The actors you had were people like T.I. You ain't from New Orleans, but you stole the bounce sound and got on a song with Lil Wayne to make money off it. So it's so profitable. There's a lot of people, me and Johnny Ray had a conversation about this. I see my boy in the audience. You got a lot of people from New Orleans. I'm going to call him out, Wendell Pierce. St. Aul graduate, born and raised. His mom was my elementary English teacher. Nobody knew he was from New Orleans until it became profitable. And we got a lot of people like that. And the problem is, you got to hold them to the fire. We don't want sitting there struggling. If we can get the money that a Wendell Pierce can generate, I'm not selling my soul for $1. I'm like Shirley Chisholm. I'm unbought and unbossed. I don't care how much money I need. I would never allow myself to look desperate. The problem is the Indian suits are not valued. Why should I have to put on a suit? Back in the day when it started as a kid, to see Indians, you came to the community. You had to be around the community. Totally. It wasn't a white or a black thing because all our neighborhoods have always been mixed. If I did something out of pocket, it didn't matter what race you are. If you knew my family, I got my behind beat all the way up the block. Then I got home and got another with me.
Right.
We didn't see color. The stuff they're doing now, they're dividing us because, and they'd attest to it. In all our schools coming up back then, I'm older than you guys, but every school had everybody there. There were sections in town. People hate to say it. There was a black New Orleans. There was a white New Orleans. There's a lot of black people don't know why we mass Indian because they were always programmed to believe that, oh, it was always about Mardi Gras. They never understood. So you have to understand, and they can attest to it. Our music culture has different cycles. You have some people that didn't follow the George Porters, who's legends, or the Johnny V's, and people that did things because they only knew one form of music. It depended on how you were raised and who were your mentors.
Yeah, I mean, I've met natives from this town who barely know who Louis Armstrong is.
Exactly, because it was taboo. It was a lot of classism.
Right.
We had the term posse blow in New Orleans. My wife's uncles, Willie and Percy Humphrey. If you knew how many arguments I've gotten to people, oh, Willie and Percy Humphrey was white. No, they weren't. They were posse blown. Because in some instances, you couldn't say your true race if you were light-skinned because you wouldn't get the opportunities. So that's where that term posse blown comes from. And now it's getting to that point. There was a famous quote by Langston Hughes where he said, there was going to come a time, and this was said in the 70s, there was going to come a time that when you couldn't tell a Negro by his skin color. And that's where we get into now.
Well, as far as like the infrastructure and all that helping musicians in this town, like Aurelian, like you and River, like what, as young musicians putting out original music and trying to, making this city, like what has been helpful to you and what do you think that city could do more of to help foster young creative minds like yourselves to keep, perpetuating this music and keep it going forward?
My perspective on the upcoming generation with New Orleans music is that the city of New Orleans, which it's great that they do this, they push jazz out to like my generation and younger. And they don't really talk about a lot of blues or New Orleans music in general. It's more jazz, Charlie Parker and Miles Davis. And so what I kind of see is that a part of history is kind of getting ignored in their own home. Because look at it like this. You can go anywhere right in this era, anywhere in the United States, maybe the world, to learn jazz, straight ahead jazz, Miles Davis and Charlie Parker.
Right.
But to learn
St. Louis if you want. Boise, I mean.
But to learn the music of the Meters and James Booker and the Neville Brothers, you got to be right here. And I don't think some of the musicians teaching the music here are taking advantage of that. That you can't live here and ignore the music of your own home.
It's not an ignoring. It goes back to, like we were saying, a lot of families, if they weren't in that musical genre, they didn't know. Because you got to look at New Orleans as a very spiritual. A lot of people, my grandfather's a pastor, and my uncle founded the Better Half Band. George knows him well. He's deceased. I remember my grandfather getting on him about it. So it's just, we got to start educating more. Like you were saying, River, it's like in our motor show, Rennie sees it when he performs. There's no real education. And whenever I see George, I always tell him and Johnny V, man, I appreciate you. Right. These guys are living legends. I tell Monk Boudreaux the same thing. I'm like, bro, we really appreciate y'all. And to hear them say, man, we wish more people said stuff like that, because the average person doesn't get it because they don't know.
Right.
Well, what ends up happening is we have to take it upon ourselves to go out and seek out that information from the elders, which we do, I will say, have the luxury of having those people around. If you go to somewhere like, wherever, Boise, like you said, you're not going to have anybody that you can even really go to find out any of this information or learn anything like that from.
You go to New York, you're not going to meet many people who played with Charlie Parker still out there gigging, right?
Yeah, but what ends up happening is that these people have to just, out of the kindness of their heart, pass it down, and they end up doing it just because they care that much about the survival of the culture and it being carried on by the next generation. Problem is that those people end up being undervalued and underappreciated financially for what it is that they're doing, because what they're doing is leading to massive profits on the back end from whoever it is, club owners, or people that are making money off the thing. So I think that if it was more structured in schools, like this is what we're teaching, and then we can give you a job to actually do it. Then that might be something that will lend to like more stuff being passed down. You might have people with a greater understanding of their history. And there won't be as much guesswork,
Yeah, absolutely. You kind of go straight to the source.
Yeah, I was going to add, I think a lot of people, maybe even educators, see New Orleans music and they just call it street music.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stuff you learn on the street. But it's not. New Orleans music should be talked about like we're doing right here.
Right.
And
It's far more sophisticated than.
like I wish there was like students in the audience or something like that. But it's not street music. It just should be talked about, and I think that's one of the reasons. And like with my generation, this era, kids aren't on the street.
Right.
Yeah. Right?
That's real.
Yeah.
I mean, I wasn't around, but my parents were like, man, you need to go outside or something. Right. And so like they're not on the street.
It's a different outside now.
There's not a lot of there's not a lot of kids on the street in my era.
Not everyone had parades going by their house like you did every weekend.
I mean, it's true. Yeah.
My question, River, especially your age, or the youngest person here, are your friends and your peers, are they into New Orleans music like you are? Like, are they like, hey, let's play this Meters tune or listen to this Dirty Dozen? Like, are they into that stuff, or are they more doing their own thing and into the jazz world, or what?
Unfortunately, not. I don't know a ton of kids besides some kids immersed in the brass band culture that care about the Meters or even know who guys like George and Cyril and all of them are, the cats who are still around keeping the music alive today. And I don't see a lot of appreciation for that stuff. The brass band culture, I see kids coming, they got it. They'll keep that alive. Troy's doing a good job with the Shorty Academy.
Yeah.
I was up in Park City like last month, and they had the Shorty Academy alumni band up there. They were killing it, keeping the music alive, bringing it to Park City, Utah. It was great,
Yeah.
Well, here's what's gonna happen. I'll tell you what's gonna happen. Give them a few years, and they'll see, you making all that money, you playing all the gigs, and then they're gonna want to do that.
Right.
And it's not that it'll be too late, but they could have gotten so much more out of it, So like they will have missed out on a lot of stuff, and so it's important to from a young age just check out all kinds of different stuff. Don't worry about what everybody else is saying. If it sounds good and you like it,
go with it.
Check it out. Yeah.
And I think the kids aren't dumb. The kids have eyes, and the kids have more access than ever. And these kids know and realize that, like everybody's saying, our artists are not being appreciated. So they're not trying to aspire to be something that's not being appreciated.
Yeah,
that's another thing. So working with the Trombone Shorty kids, like a lot of my kids, like they love the culture and that's what it is. But a lot of kids are like, okay, now, all right, Mr. Nate, how do I make a living out of this?
Right. Yeah.
Because it looks like a cool hobby, but not naming any names, some of these people who I study and who I aspire and who is my great master is struggling.
It's struggling, right?
That's the reality of it. So like, how do I turn this into a thing that I can sustain it with? So.
And Nate, do you feel like, have you seen someone who's worked like deeply in the hip hop community? Do you feel like that some New Orleans kids are more drawn to that because they see the success that like New Orleans rappers have had versus New Orleans funk players or jazz artists?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's twofold. I think that a lot of the kids are getting introduced to a lot of this New Orleans jazz music through sampling. That's another thing. So a lot of my younger kids they're starting to ask me about James Booker because Doja Cat sampled him or somebody. So like a lot. So that's a cool way too.
Yeah.
But the other side of that is or are they getting their credits for this now? Like so it's a very slippery slope. But I mean a lot of the hip hop community here too also come from that community. Like a lot of them come from families that are intertwined.
Another thing, like to say what Nate is saying, they get fascinated with the image of the hip hop world because I'm in that hip hop production space.
I mean, you remember when No Limit was blowing up.
I was a part of that, but we're gonna leave that alone. That's a touchy subject. I ain't gonna get into it. But it's just there's a perception in hip hop where they present as if they have a lot of money. A lot of those vehicles are leased.
Right.
It's all an image. So my biggest thing I tell a younger generation, like River said, it's hard to get kids to want to build an Indian suit. It's too tedious. They want instant. They want everything done instantly. It's no consistency. And I tell people the thing that, my biggest thing I tell a kid, you have to know yourself. And it's not just with the kids. It's a lot of adults that are not comfortable in their own skin. Like Aurelian just said, they wait till they see River making all this money. They say, oh, I won't get on board because they're worried about what the next man is saying. We have to know yourself. There's a key saying, to thy own self be true. If you don't know yourself, again, it goes back to who you were raised by, who you were surrounded by. Right. I've been knowing George since I was a little boy through my uncles, but I stand on the shoulders of Jerome Smith, who was a freedom fighter, Rudy Lombard, Morris Jeff Sr. He was the first person to bring me to Africa. I was 16 years old. Avery Alexander, my grandfather, who was one of the first black pastors in the Irish Channel. So when, that's by me being older, but I think that if we had more people visible like that for that younger generation, Aurelian has a great example with his dad.
Of course.
Somebody, River does too. I mean, because they jumped in and immersed themselves in the culture. I think with this generation and me being an educator, I see it so frequently where the parents are getting younger. When it's babies having babies, if you grew up in an era where all I know is social media and you ain't but maybe a couple of years older than your child, and you weren't immersed in the culture, I mean, it's the truth. Yeah. How can you understand and know community? The thing is, the community structure is being destroyed because they can attest to it growing up here. You don't see that same lady that you grew up with her family.
Especially the way the neighborhoods have changed and how, I mean, I watched the Treme rebuild itself after Hurricane Katrina only to get decimated by Airbnb.
Exactly.
Literally.
That's every neighborhood now.
I mean, right. And
every
I
neighborhood.
06, 07, even after the storm, you'd walk through the Treme on a Sunday and it was families barbecuing, it was second line.
Not anymore.
The brass band's playing the second line and then going right back to their house right there. They
Not anymore.
And I mean, and then a couple years later, I'd walk down that same block and it was all just Airbnb signs the entire block.
Me and Stu run into each other in the most weirder places. It's just, I think Stu do like I do. We walk around just to study to see if the communities are still the same.
Yeah.
And every time I run into Stu, we'll look at each other and be like, what the hell? What then went on? So it's, I always laugh about the song Benny Grunch and the Bunch made. It ain't there no more.
Right.
And you look at the soul, that if you've never seen the movie Sinners, you need to go see it. It's a great example of what's happening to the city. The city's soul is being taken because it's a lot of poverty.
Yep.
When you have people in the culture can't afford to pay their rent, my wife and I saw an elderly lady in Rouse's. This lady was making life decisions. She literally didn't have any food, and we're standing behind her. She was like, wow, I know I got to pay this bill, but I need this to eat. I ended up covering it for her, but it's just, come on, man. I mean, we're losing a city that's always been united to now it's to the point where when you walk around, you're used to seeing a house there, the next day it's gone.
Right.
And Aurelian's dad was on a panel about post-Katrina about housing. There's no houses because of Airbnb. So everybody has, I'm that close to selling and moving across the lake. Because when you look at how your taxes are skyrocketing.
Yeah, it's another problem facing people for sure.
And again, the wages I'm meeting.
And you're getting nothing back for it.
Nothing back at all. So
not even one pothole filled.
It's a scary time, man.
Yeah.
We're in a scary time right now.
And has been for a while. Well, going back and talking about like the music history, and this is something actually you learned from your father, Aurelian. Maybe like know it, but he really like put it into words for me about how we talk about like the rock and roll beat and the New Orleans rhythm and blues beat, how everyone always like focuses on the obvious African connection there. But another thing that your father really hit me to is that the indigenous American rhythm, like from the Native Americans, is also huge part of those rhythms as well, right? Definitely. Is that something like maybe you could like shed some light on, like in your musical upbringing, how that's influenced it? Or?
Well, yeah. I mean, New Orleans is obviously it's a big combination of a lot of different things. So you have lots of rhythms that come from the Congo. You have rhythms that come from the Senegambia region. But what really rhythmically drives our music is Congolese music in New Orleans. And so, you know, you might have some aspects of Native American culture, such as like, you know, the people singing together and emphasizing a certain beat or something like that. But as far as, you know, what is the rhythmic foundation of our music, I wouldn't say is necessarily the Native American music.
You would just say it's one ingredient in the full.
Yeah,
full
exactly.
blend.
Everything is a combination, and that goes for everything that has to do with our culture also. You know, people like to compare New Orleans to Haiti, and there are some similarities there, but there is no world in which we've gotten everything from Haiti, or you know, and people love to say that kind of stuff, but New Orleans culture stands on its own.
For sure.
Okay, and it hasn't always been talked about in the same legitimate terms as it has in Cuba, for example. People always talk about, oh, these Afro-Cuban rhythms and things like that, and they're all mapped out and they're written out on, you know, sheet music, and people know exactly what they are, and they tell you it's exactly like this and it's not the other way. That kind of stuff exists in New Orleans, but it's not talked about in the same legitimate
like
fashion.
River said, like street music, where it's so much
Exactly.
more than that, so much
So
more
we spend all our time talking about what are the things that led to this great thing that we have in New Orleans, instead of just kind of talking about what is this thing that we have. You know, we talk about, oh, where did we get it from? Well, we created it right here.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know how much time we have left, but to draw it all back, instead of talking about how it was created, we should be talking about how we can continue this. Because the era we're in a state where if this music isn't continued, it can now be replaced by AI. Fake music. Literally.
Literally.
So, and that's a whole other conversation about AI.
There's an AI artist on the charts right now. Top 5.
Yeah. Insane.
Yeah, but I think the big idea is how can we keep this music going forward to each generation, not have fake music take over, you know?
And when we wrap everything up, I think what you just brought up, River, is a great point. How do y'all think we can accomplish that? What are the best ways to do that? Like you said, keep educating people in schools.
Yeah, education's definitely important. AI is such a new thing that I think it's going to take more time to think upon, but I think educate as much as we can on the street music that we all love.
Also, education doesn't just like magically happen. You got to put money behind it.
Right. Especially we're in a point in history where education is being defunded, and especially education for the arts.
No, you have to put money behind the culture, and I don't care what anybody says. It's not just going to happen magically just by the kindness of anybody's heart.
Right.
That might happen, but that is the bare minimum, and that's literally what people are doing just to survive.
Right.
You know, you have to do that, and nobody wants to do it for free. You know, but they feel so bad about what's going on that they end up doing it. You know?
My Dave gave both points. My point would be to, speaking as an elder, a lot of our elders are stubborn. They don't want to sit with the younger generation and find out. And it's a lot of things that we didn't know. So when we see people like a Nate or a River, always pick their brains. You're never too old to learn, but you have a lot of elders that's content. It becomes complacency. You can't be complacent into trying something new because you're afraid. So we have to continue to learn from each other.
Yeah, I mean, I think what everybody's saying, what we do is high art. I've had, as many of them, I've had the pleasure of traveling with this music with some of our people who create it around the world, and to get treated and to have it be appreciated as high art in almost everywhere but home is a different kind of pain. So I think all the things we're saying is how we value this being as high art and not street music. I've gone everywhere from Dubai to London in high official castles, and they're playing our music. They're playing our music. I'm in the Czech Republic, and they're Pori, and they're doing festivals just of our music. It's just 4,000 miles away from here, you know, Australia. So we have to value what we have like everybody else does, but in valuing that comes resourcing, it comes education.
One last thing. Now, if you go to Vegas and look at the Harrah's Casino World and the Caesars Casino, they have all these New Orleans rooms.
Do they?
They literally give musicians in Vegas a CD. Tell them, study that CD. You know, they make almost $5,000 a day. instead of coming here and getting the people to put, I mean, there's a New Orleans room, there's a bourbon room. They got several rooms at these casinos named after everything here.
Yeah.
But nobody from here is up there playing in those rooms.
Right.
That's a problem.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, everyone, I think everyone's made some wonderful points here, and I appreciate everyone's input.
Thank you, Stu.
No, thank you, Stu. We appreciate you.
It's kind of crazy seeing you in person. Because as a tour manager and driving in the middle of the night, being in the airport, listening to OZ and hearing your voice, so like it's kind of surreal to see that you are AI. I thought
definitely not.
I thought OZ had made you up. So yeah, kudos to you.
AI can't do Stu.
I'm an OZ algorithm.
Can't nobody
Can't pull
mimic
off.
Soul Stu.
They made me, but I did exist before. So thank you. And yeah, absolutely. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Well, that's a great question. Well, I like what the Musicians Clinic is doing now with Crescent Care. It's taking a step towards the right direction. The problem before was, and now with the way the government does things, when you get paid through Venmo and stuff like that, it's nowhere in the world. My wife's a farming accountant. The average musician, according to tax laws, anything under $15,999.99, you don't have to tax. But when you have these entities that want to put more taxes on the prime example, there was a couple of culture bears recently to get Medicaid or Medicare. You have to file taxes on it, but you're not making. I'm fortunate being an educator. I have private insurance, but now it's getting to the point with doctors. Some doctors won't take private insurance. They want the Medicaid or the Medicare so they can charge more. So it's a situation where even watching with my family members that were elders that died because we've never had the proper health care. It's always been an experimental aspect. And again, it all boils down to more resources. We have to be valued as human beings. We're looked at as we're a gimmick. So if you're a Black Mass and Indian or a second liner or a musician, they feel like you're expandable. Oh, let them die. We'll get the next one coming. We can pay them less. So, that's something we have to, and predominantly in the Black culture.
And that's not taking into account the fact that in order to be a Black Mexican Indian and actually do it to the level that's expected today, you might have to spend like $3,000, $4,000, $5,000 on your suit.
Or more.
Or more.
Feathers alone.
I'm just saying just on feathers.
I'll be honest with you, the feather cost, it's horrible.
Right.
Right now, last year, 10.5 was spent.
Yep.
And we have, and that's off of educator salary by production company. But when you look at the fact, like Aurelian said, even with instruments, we had rail lines on Canal Street back in the day. If the instrument broke, you either go get it fixed. Everything costs so doggone much now. I always make the joke, Broadway bound selling beads like they're selling drugs. They're selling beads by the gram. And when you look at how much you need, how can we sustain it if you're not providing us with the resources? Yeah, Jazz Fest, you do Jazz Fest, they take all your rights, they give you a pound of feathers. That ain't covering anything. A pound of feathers pre-Katrina consisted of 132 feathers. Now a pound now, you may get 40. What can you do with that? So it all evolves back to the resources and appreciation. Yeah. Like River said, this room should be packed with this conversation with people that's in the culture. Look at the crowd. I was talking with Sig about that. Man, I applaud Sig every time I talk with him for putting this on because it's expanding the city. It's giving people to see the culture and appreciate it. But see, once this is over, it's going to be right back to the same thing. Yeah. And it's sad.
Do we have any other questions from the audience?
For sure.
What I notice is
getting it back. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Right. Exactly.
Right.
Right. Right. Right. Right. Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep. Exactly. And that's gonna start with 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 our governments putting money behind education,
Right.
you know, because education is very important. And we were talking about the music, and you know that's one thing, but also we got all kinds of people that are teenagers right now, like River, that know for a fact that this is what they're gonna do for their job, for their
Right,
career.
right,
They already know that.
Right.
So why not give them the resources
Exactly.
to be able to take on the world, you know? Like, you know, River puts out his own music, he writes his own music, he runs studio sessions with his dad. I've been in there, you know, he knows what he's doing. He's definitely gonna be doing this, you know. And he's lucky enough to be around, you know, family and lots of people that are gonna steer him the right way. And I think he's smart enough to like understand like the difference between good advice and bad advice from whoever it may be, because that's part of what, you know, we got to learn as much what to do as what not to do from the other generation. So, so you know, but if he had some kind of structure where they're actually teaching this, him and his peers, you know, maybe it wouldn't just be him, because he's lucky enough to be in this situation right now, you know, and he's talented enough. But you might have like 3 or 4 other cats
Who don't have those
you know,
resources.
exactly, that are now having access to this, you know.
I mean, and I think a lot of something else too. You know, me and Easy came up together. Who asked that question? Like, so, like I think a lot of things too. Is we know a lot of the same people who were amazing and weren't getting credited, but they just didn't know the game. But I think now, because we have more access to stuff, that's easier. But also too, we let a lot of stuff slide. We let a lot of bad characters stay in community and not say anything. And that's from jazz to funk to hip hop to R&B to promotions to venue owners to whoever. We're a culture that's so accepting and so that's
Going
all right.
along to get
That's
run
all
out
right.
of this town a long time.
That's hurt
ago,
us.
bro.
And it's gotten to the point where it's created a glass ceiling to where it's hurt us. So we have to be a culture that calls out stuff when stuff is not feeling right or somebody's not doing right. Pouring into community is keeping community safe by letting people know, hey, this person didn't do right, or let's come and mediate and let's figure out what's going on instead of just sweeping it under and then letting somebody like a Rivers come and deal with somebody who you know you didn't have a good interaction with. That's not fair to him. That's not that's another form of gatekeeping. So
well, it's the, not to cut you off,
you good.
It's the going along to get along. That's been the mindset of New Orleans. I've always been saying we need to stop calling New Orleans the Big Easy. Because that you look at it when you're riding up the street, we ain't never had that many people sitting on the corner just drinking, begging, and nothing's wrong. It's just the Big Easy personifies what Nate was just saying. You go along, you be like, I know this wrong, but I feel I have to, because like Aurelian said, it's almost a desperation.
Right, it is
because
desperation.
but I'm like, it makes you devalue yourself. So we got to stop the going along to get along.
And I want to go touch on one thing with the education thing also, because you know we've been talking about being musicians in the city and stuff like that. And what's important to realize is, in order to have the structure to have this industry success that we're talking about, we're gonna have to have more than just musicians.
Right.
So,
Yes,
so
100%.
while we're teaching in music and we're also teaching music business, you might have somebody who maybe they start out being a musician, but in this music business class, they found out they really have a knack for okay, I really want to learn how to market. I really want to learn how to manage a band, and then everybody's not gonna make it. It's like everybody's not gonna make it as a musician, or everybody's not gonna make it as a manager. You might start making music later on, or vice versa. But you need to have the options out there to support this industry that is such an integral part of our local community and our society.
Absolutely. I believe that's all the time we have right now, but I want to thank everyone for coming out. I couldn't have picked 4 better people to have this discussion with. Before we do get out of here, would y'all just tell them where they can find y'all playing around town and plug the gigs?
Let's see. Next, I think I'll be at the NOLA Funk Fest. Yeah, I think I'll be at the NOLA Funk Fest. I'll be there Friday, October 17th. It's at Spanish Plaza. With I'm doing a set with Irma Thomas that night. And then there's this big mashup band called the Mississippi River Revival. And the next day, Saturday the 18th, I'll be there with my band. You can find more dates on my Instagram website, River Record Music, www.riverrecord.com. Go check it out. And
Yeah,
I'll be
River. Yes, indeed. I'll be at the Funk Fest also with the Rumble. I believe that is the 19th or the 18th. Yeah, the 19th of October. And then before that, I'll be at the Broadside with Government Magic. We're doing a Fela Kuti tribute.
Yeah, you're right. What is that? That's going to be fire.
That's October 16th at the Broadside. I'll be singing some all the Fela tunes. So I've been working on that.
That's going to be fire.
And then also tonight, I'll be at Chicky Wawa doing the Curtis Mayfield tribute with Erica Falls and company. And we got a great band. Awesome. All kinds of great musicians. So I'm excited for that.
I won't be doing any playing until late December. My mom fell ill February 24th, so it's been a tough ride. She had a major brain bleed and stroke, and it's more or less trying to process. To see a person that's never gotten sick all of a sudden I'm not going to tear up, be fighting for their life. And I'm witnessing, like we were saying, when you get to a certain age, my mom was a senior chief in the Navy, and to be discarded once you get to a certain age to where I had to file elder abuse against the nursing home she was in. So I'm pretty much regrouping, but I'm rebuilding my band now. Shoot me an email, indianwatermusic@outlook.com. I'll be listing everything we're doing, in the process of redoing it. But like I said, this is therapeutic to me, to see the future. That's what it's all about. Like I said, to see River, this River motivates me more, so I've started producing my own stuff. Got back into the producing world because I'm getting tired of all our royalties going elsewhere. So just follow me at indianwatermusic@outlook.com. I'm about to pick Nick's brain now. I'm about to pick Aurelian and River's brain on some other things, but definitely.
Oh, global warming, glblwrmng.com, because I work with probably about 12 different artists. There's always something going on. I'm leaving here to go to Fête du Void, literally in Oakdale. So we'll be there. We have a couple artists that are playing there. That festival is grown tremendously. So we'll be out there doing some stuff. And got some folk at Funk Fest as well. But I just want to say thank you to all these folks up here, the SIG and the staff for doing this. This is definitely needed. It's beautiful to see this grow.
Thank you, SIG. Thank you, Noah by Noah, and thank all of y'all for being here.
Thank y'all.
Thank you guys. Give it up.
Support live music. Support your local artists.
Great job, Stu. Everybody, stick around. The next panel will be in just over 10 minutes. You guys like take one photo of everybody. And I do want to say what's pretty amazing about this panel is everybody on this panel has generational musical wealth. There's history behind them, and they're literally carrying that torch. So please give it up for this panel. And I'm going to throw out a little bit of a challenge. I'd like to do this again next year with this same panel, and let's see where we are in a year. Can we do that? That would be awesome. Are you guys all right with that? Then that's what we're going to do. So you have 10 minutes to go get a Stella. They're free for everybody here in the panels and in the audience. So the bar's out front. And we'll start in 10 minutes on our final panel of NOLA by NOLA Talks. Hello, hello, hello. Testing. All right. Our final panel of NOLA by NOLA Talks 2025 is a great one. We're very fortunate to have a dear friend of NOLA by NOLA to be here to host it. I'll let him do all the introductions, but people have come in from far and wide to be part of this. Josh Barron from Relix Magazine has been an amazing input into and supporter of NOLA by NOLA Talks. So we thank you for being here, and I hand it over to Josh to take the last panel. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Sig. Great to be here. Great to see everyone here. Great to see everyone out there in the interwebs. This panel, Beyond the Music, Managing Hospitality and Venue Vibes. I think a lot of this panel is really focused on what happens. Obviously, we're very focused on getting the artist on stage, but everything that happens around that to create a positive experience or what can create a negative experience for fans while they are watching a show in your venue. We have an esteemed group of panelists today, so I'd love for you guys to just introduce yourself ever so briefly, the venue you're with, and then we will jump right into it. Mike, we'll start with you.
I'm Mike Martinovich, and I'm the managing director of Preservation Hall.
I'm Abby Jones. I'm the Director of Sales and Marketing and Premium Experience for Legends Global, which manages the Caesars Superdome, Smoothie King Center, and Champion Square.
I'm Anna Ayers, General Manager of Brooklyn Bowl, New York.
I'm Lanesha Salas. I'm the GM at City Winery Atlanta. I also oversee St. Louis and Pittsburgh.
Thank you. So if you follow the music industry at all, something went around the past couple of weeks from the CEO of Live Nation was quoted saying something. And he said, quote, that for a long time, concert tickets have been underpriced. And that quote, in sports, I joke it's like a badge of honor to spend $70,000 for Knicks courtside. When you read about the ticket prices going up, it's still an average concert price of $72. Try going to a Laker game for that when there's 80 of them in a season. Needless to say, Mr. Rapinoe caught a lot of heat for this, particularly from Jack Antonoff. I think he was potentially taken a little out of context. I think it's easy to slam the CEO of Live Nation, but I think there's also some merit to it. So I'm just wondering where you guys land with this general sentiment of ticket prices being, how they're being priced right now for the general public.
I think we should start at this end because Preservation Hall is such a unique little church of a venue that, I'll opine on that later, but I think that the three of you could commiserate in a much more relevant, immediate
Way to pass
manner.
the buck.
Yeah, it's a hot potato.
My opinion on it is I do feel our ticket prices are underpriced. I definitely feel that. And I also feel that our guests and our patrons have a tendency to scrutinize our pricing more than they would the NBA or NFL, right? When somebody's purchasing, they're about to start purchasing Super Bowl tickets, right? Spend how many thousands of dollars on those? They don't ask how much the players are getting paid when they know millions and millions of dollars, but they scrutinize everything when it comes to venues and concerts. So, and we know there's so much stuff in the background. We went up $5 and it was an uproar. And we know we go up because we have to, right? Everything's increasing. But I do see that they scrutinize us a little bit more than other industries, definitely.
I'm up next. Hear that and understand that sentiment. I do think, what we've been experiencing in the last, couple years is trying to get people to come out to see our shows. And one big topic is ticket prices. Are the ticket prices too high? Are, everything, the fees going along with it, are they too high? Is that what is keeping people from coming in? I don't think any of us really have the answers. I do think that the arts, music, needs to be something that everyone can enjoy. I think the arts are much more than just somebody sitting down and watching a show. There's so much that encompasses that. It's a part of like teaching and learning. I mean, the history of music, the political stances people make with music. If we are not allowing our fans to get that, we're basically negating what the arts are supposed to be here for. So that's kind of my stance on it.
I think that there are many, many, many facets of this question that can be argued from, and have been. We've been talking about this amongst ourselves, obviously, and getting into the secondary market and protection of that, and making sure that the pie is sliced up between artist and venue and fan experience, and what are you getting for your ticket price, and what are we adding on to this? And it's a very touchy subject, and I think you can kind of fight it either way. I will say that from an individual, non-representation of any company I work for or venue, and not just within the music industry, but all industries, I think that, there's always the famous question, just because you could, really could you should, and I know I said that wrong. And then, doesn't mean you should, thank you. And to quote a very dear friend of mine who is in the ticketing industry, pigs get fed, hogs get slaughtered. So it's a tough one. Every concert's different, every fan's different, every experience is different.
But I mean, I guess I'm just curious, right? From where you sit, right? Premium experiences have been such a focus of the industry as of late, and people wanting that premium experience, which you're very focused on at Smoothie King and the Superdome, seems to indicate that people are willing to pay more for certain types of experiences when it comes to live music. Is that something that you obviously potentially been leaning into or finding more of than maybe 10 years ago from where you're sort of sitting from that vantage point?
Yeah, I think that the market is way more experience driven, and to be able to curate different experiences are attached to shows. But every show is analyzed differently, and if there is a show that we can charge more money because we know that that is going to add a certain level of experience, then we do. And then there are shows where we know that this isn't the genre or the market that is so much interested in that, and then pricing is different, and I think that is just going to happen with everyone. But the more that you can curate individual experiences that are outside or on top of a suite seat or a floor seat, then you can justify that. That's the thing. We can increase the price of these things, but you have to also increase the experience. And how do you control from either the venue or the artist side that experience that's justifying that price?
Mike?
Well, I guess the largest difference between what Preservation Hall does and the rest of the concert venue business is that Preservation Hall is a destination, and people come see authentic New Orleans traditional jazz, and Ben and his parents before them opened the venue to perpetuate and protect the culture and to shine a light on the musicians that were still playing it when they weren't being recognized outside of New Orleans. So the blessing and the burden of that is that, the good news is people come to Preservation Hall because it's a beautiful building. They know they're going to get a quality experience, and you're not really going to know who's playing until you get there, even though we work really hard to shine a bright light on the band leaders and the musicians that play. I could probably name all 60 musicians that play, 40 of them play on the regular, and we have a touring group of about 8 to 14 musicians that play. So it's different because every time y'all book an artist, the deal is different, the ticket price is different, the genre is different, and you have to rely that the customer is going to react to the top of the card. The City Winery and Brooklyn Bowl have a culture in and of themselves in that they provide. They do inherently provide experiences. I've been to many city wineries, and Brooklyn Bowl is a fun place to get a good bite to eat and actually go bowling. And so you can have a wide variety of talent that comes in for a low ticket price or a late show. Preservation Hall is the thing that makes it safe for customers, as we call them patrons, is that it's predictable. The ticket prices never change. The shows are at the same time. It's a reliable sort of safe space for customers to come in. I don't want to jinx it because we haven't had any real resale ticketing issues, and our ticketing fees are $3.50, and our taxes are the commensurate 10.245 that is what they need to be. So,
but you're also charging, on a face value, a higher ticket price than some folks might be used to, but they understand that there's a limited quantity of tickets and it's a special experience.
Yeah, we have a $50 ticket and there's 14 of them. We have a $40 ticket and there's 40 of them. And then the standing ticket. We don't do dynamic pricing. But the other thing too is that, you know, people do enjoy coming to Preservation Hall for their weddings and their private events and birthday parties, and you know, it's really it's so much more predictable than what y'all are dealing with, and I'm very thankful for that, but also sympathetic to, you know, not being able to answer the question with the sort of same perspective as the three of you, if that makes sense.
I mean, yeah, I
that
want
make
to.
sense?
Yeah, it does. Thank
Okay.
you for that. I mean, I want to pick up on a theme that I was going to ask later, but you know, you talked about sort of the regularity, and I think one of the questions I had later was around when we talk about hospitality. One of the big pillars is consistency, right? Is doing that day in, day out, giving a consistent experience to your patrons, to your customers, every time they walk through the door, 365, 7 days a week, whatever it may be. And so obviously your patrons are getting that. They've come to expect that. You know, they often come back. But you know, it seems like your venue is a little bit more sort of fixed in being able to kind of deliver that experience day in, day out, night in, night out. Your venues are a little bit different to Mike's point, right? There's a, you know, it's changing content, different crowds, you know, you're having probably more staff turnover. What is it like to try to create that consistency of that room, right? That so people are coming back, not only for the artist, but also for the experience of that room, and just talk about what it's like to try to, what are you doing to kind of create that consistency for fan and patron experience?
Yeah, I mean, I think, so Brooklyn Bowl, there's many facets to what's going on. You know, we have our concerts, we've got bowling, we've got food, we've got the bars. There's a lot going on at all times. And it is like organized chaos. And any day of the week, we could have, you know, all 16 lanes booked straight out the gate. Or we have 2 lanes booked with a sold out show. So it really, it's just all over the place. But I would say it always comes down to the crux of the business and from what we started. And, you know, we have detailed handbooks on how everything is done. When I think about it, our bussers, flipping a table, turning a table, the very basics of like cleaning the table off, sweeping, and putting the salt and pepper shakers back down. It is a simple, simple thing that if it's not done right, the whole thing seems to just kind of crumble from there. So I look at these level jobs that are there actually keeping the business clean, keeping things organized, and that's how my brain works in terms of the functionality within that chaos.
So it's almost like a trickle up effect?
100%.
I would say for my 3 locations, we're on the smaller side than like New York City Winery, and actually thankful for that because we're able to be way more consistent. I would say for me, it's, and my staff, it is more so leading by example. I was telling Anna, I'm the type of manager, I'm gonna be on the floor every day. You're not gonna probably catch me in my venue before 12, 1 o'clock, right? Because I intend to be there at 11, sometimes till midnight. So my staff see that and they appreciate that. I'm not gonna ask them to do anything that I wouldn't do. And so I think it makes for a more consistent experience for our guests. Also, we are an intimate concert venue, so when the guests have an issue, I give them my phone number, right? I speak to them personally. I respond to them personally. Nothing's automated with me. And I can say for a lot of other GMs in our company as well. So I think it's important to make sure that you're connecting with your team and with your guests on a personal level and that you don't get too high, right? Because they're not going to be able to execute if they don't have the proper example.
Lead by example, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, also with City Winery too, it has, this is a compliment, a little bit of a performing arts center vibe where people go to City Winery on the regular. Like they'll look at the City Winery lineup. It appeals to a broad demographic, but a demographic.
Yeah, I will definitely say that.
You have regulars.
I've been off and I've had regulars text me and be like, this show is really bad. I'm just letting you know. You're gonna get a whole bunch of emails. And I'm like, thank you so much. Just finishing up at the doctor, but thanks, right? So yeah, I do appreciate that. That is one thing that that's special for us.
You know, I was in operations in a previous life. I don't have much to do with the operations right now. We have an amazing executive leadership team that's been in the venues for over 3 decades. And, you know, I definitely feel like he would speak of consistency in his training manuals and the seasons. You know, the sports games are obviously, you know, you've got season ticket holders and there's 10 football games. There's, you know, 41 at-home basketball games. So these people do They want that consistency. They know what door they go into. They know their usher's name. They know where they're sitting. And then, with concerts, there's a good chance that that's like the first and maybe the only time someone is going to be in that venue. And, you rely on the training of your staff, the staff briefings, the information sheets that go out to them to ensure that they can ask that question. Wayfinding signage is extremely important. Standing in a lobby and saying, if I don't know where I'm going, can I look up? And there's going to be a sign that's going to tell me where to go. And just, relying that in communication to make sure that when they walk out, they can say, you know what, I was a little intimidated coming to this venue, and that was actually very smooth. So.
One of the things that always happens with venues, you always think, well, if we could just fix this or change this, right? If we could, spend some money towards CapEx, right? Which means shorthand for capital expenditures. Oh, let's move this wall, let's redo the bathrooms, let's redo this VIP area, et cetera. But the reality is, you don't necessarily get to do it all that much, and you have to make do with what you have or figure out solutions to situations, again, with what you have. So I'm wondering if you guys can talk about some of the ways in which you sort of worked through what was once a problem in a venue to create a solution that was ultimately, maybe better for the fans, hopefully, and then also potentially maybe made some more money at the end of the day.
Well, I want to give props to the owner and operator of the hall, Ben Jaffe. I mean, he's been the ambassador for the brand and the musicians for the entirety of his life, and he spent the better part of 10 years on the road. And then when he came back, he spent more time at home since the pandemic. And at first, I was like, "Wow, you're doing a lot of tinkering." And then if you wake up 6 months later, the money that we got from the Save Our Stages, he put back into the venue, and now we have HVAC at Preservation Hall. I know that's like shock horror to City Winery and the Superdome, but having HVAC for our customers on the first and second floor of the hall, and then there was a pillar, like an actual structural pillar that was in the middle of the room. And I don't know if any of you have been to Preservation Hall, but it's a tiny space, and it's a beautiful space. But we redid the structure without polluting the atmosphere. Like, the aesthetic is still there, and this giant pillar's out, and now 30% of our audience can have a great shot to the venue. So, we did reshoring, we did French drainage. There's lots of things that we've done without marring the patina of Preservation Hall, and it's redounded to the musicians that play there having a better experience as well.
That sounds like you spend a
Also,
lot of money.
actually, we went from cash only in 2018 to cashless in 2019, just in time for the pandemic. But now we're doing the vast majority of our sales are in advance. So yeah.
We also just went cashless like last year.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a change. It's a change for folks,
It's clean.
It's clean, yeah. It is a change because some people, they'll roll up and they'll be like, I don't understand. We've been able to do cash here forever. What's going on? But it has helped, and it's the tax on top and what have you. So it is. We are seeing changes, incremental changes. I was at Press Hall last night, FYI.
Oh, nice.
It was great.
Thanks.
It was cool in there.
The fight to get on the Capitol list is real, and the Capitol list is never very nice to you. And I think there's big dreams of what you want to do or what you could do if you could get you pay for that service technology, or you can, add that extra level, or try to figure out how to make the arena so there's more seats on the lower bowl without actually building a new arena. But we don't get that money a lot of times. I think I got a good example from when I was running House of Blues, which is a 150-year-old building. So if we got capital, it went into fixing things like the HVAC, not necessarily those experiential programs, but it's a fully manifested general admission venue. And we were just like, we're going to put a bar stool there and sell that bar stool for $25. And everyone was like, you're crazy. And we did. We put the bar stool there and we sold it for $25. And then we put 2 bar stools and then 3 bar stools. And then we looked at our room and we're like, where can we add bar stools that doesn't, block flow of traffic, that doesn't take away from the fan experience, but then for those who do want to pay for a premium experience, they can get that. And that we used the bar stools from the restaurant when the restaurant closed, so we didn't have to buy bar stools. And that was the birth of what is now a very successful premium program at a venue, that, you would have looked at and you said, there is no premium here. And it didn't cost us any money. And, outside of the labor for the one employee that owned that project, it was straight down to the bottom line.
Any ideas for you guys, or I got a premium question?
Yeah, I would say for my location in Helena in particular, we underwent a not huge renovation, but we had 2 floors. Top floor wasn't serving us. Programming is really what generates our revenue. And so we made a deal, get rid of that. So we had a grand staircase, they took that out, filled it in, landlords did that. But we needed then now a private event space, which we also, if anybody doesn't know, we also make wine on site. So we had 2 sides, winery on one side, barrel storage on the other side. Had to downsize it, move the barrel storage. So this is a room that fits about 200 barrels, right? Moved them all out. So we have to make this into a private event space, but also soundproof it, which these guys came in and they were like, oh, we soundproof the aquarium, like da-da-da. I get the quote, I'm like, yeah, that's aquarium money, so that's a no. So I get this mom and pop in, and they're like, we don't know how to soundproof, but like, we can create this little enclosure for you to keep the kegs in and barrels, and we can just put some stuff up, and we'll see if it works. It did, kind of, but the space is beautiful. We're able to sell it for private events. But honestly, during that process, most of that was my team too. My production team, they rewired everything. Our projector screen in there for the private event space. All of the speakers and the Elon system, everything they did in-house. My marketing assistant, Kim, we had this, because we're like, okay, we're getting rid of the upstairs. People have to know that we're down here because we're floor level. So Michael Dorff, our CEO, is like, okay, let's make this big barrel structure with all these barrels, like 25 feet high so they can see us from the bottom. And I call our national winemaker, David, and I'm like, well, where are we going to get these barrels from? Because all barrels are rusted. And he's like, I don't know, but I can't afford to send you any, so figure it out. Marketing assistant says, I'll just spend my evenings out back and I will sand them all and I will finish them all. Took her 3 weeks and she did all 40 barrels. All 40 barrels. All we had to pay was for the steel structure to be put up. So it's getting with your teams and getting creative. Got some talented people on our team. And thankfully, they go the extra mile. Saved us a ton of money. Still hard to get on that list. Even though we did all that, right? Like, they were like, great, okay, still can't get you on the list.
You just proved you're resourceful.
Right, exactly. Did much work in our favor, but.
So speaking of premium, it's become a hot topic these days. A lot of venues are trying to incorporate it in different ways. It seems like fans are wanting that in some capacity, whatever the venue. I don't know if Pres Hall has any form of premium. I would think not. It's necessarily not part of the ethos. The whole experience is
too egalitarian.
But the whole experience is premium, right? Some people would argue.
That's exactly right.
But But for the Superdome and Smoothie King and Brooklyn Bowl and City Winery, in what ways? I mean, you obviously just talked about what you did for the House of Blues, right? And that was something small, but like it didn't seem obvious, and it felt like this big step. And that was, I don't know, what, 5, 6, 7 years ago. And now there's, obviously there's a lot of focus on it. How are you guys starting to think about premium without sort of finding that balance, right? You want to respect your patrons that come in every time, that are not looking to spend that extra money, but also meet those patrons where they're at, that are ready to spend those extra dollars that are going to be great to your bottom line.
Coming from Brooklyn Bowl, we have our bowling lanes, and for the last 16 years, we've been doing, advanced reservations, that kind of vibe. And the last couple of years, we started implementing VIP lanes. This would get you your lane for the entire show. Obviously, we've had to think about pricing for that. On a Friday and Saturday, we could be 30, 40 names deep on the wait list. Turning and burning those is like priority for us. So having the VIP lanes be for the entire show, a 5-hour block, it's been a little bit of a challenge. We're figuring it out now because we are providing this premium experience to literally have these lanes the entire show with dedicated server, what have you. That, and we've also implemented wristbands up on our viewing deck If you have them in a Brooklyn Bowl, it's basically the GA, and then it's a little bit raised with the 16 lanes. So that's what we've been doing, and it's been a really awesome thing getting the VIP programming in. And I'm was pleasantly surprised to see how many people are wanting that. You know, and again, I think that's that add-on experience. You get your ticket for that ticket price, but then you can also have all of these other experiences when you walk into the room.
And were you nervous? Was Peter nervous about sort of like that concept? Was there any pushback, or it's?
No, I think we're kind of entering an age, you know, especially with Pete. He's just like, let's try new stuff. He's like literally the best boss in terms of that. He wants to try new things and give people new experiences and just be a new venue every single day. You know, he's very much so into creativity and how we can expand what we've been doing and make it something new.
I would say for City Winery, we've recently tried to focus on like merging our private events with our programming and getting these larger group sales and creating incentives, right? If you buy so many, you get this many free bottles of wine on your table. It has recently started. It didn't get traction at first, but it's recently kind of started to take flight. We've had a lot of people that come in with groups of 10 or 20, and most recently 30. So yeah, I would say in that area, we can't do as much because, of course, mine are smaller. I don't have any balconies. It's pretty tight in there, but we can do what we can, you're right. And that's one of the things that's worked for us.
I can talk about a premium experience at Preservation Hall. It was born out of sort of Ben's family convening in the courtyard. The courtyard at Preservation Hall is not open to the public per se. So it is closed. So if you buy a ticket to Preservation Hall, you enter in on St. Peter Street, you walk through our carriageway, and you make a left into the room. But for a premium, if a group, you know, anywhere from 10 to 50 people want to buy the tickets and then rent the courtyard, we can have a bar set up with hospitality, and we do that. We encourage people to buy the tickets and enjoy the show with the patrons. Very rarely, like if somebody wants to buy the whole set out, we won't say no. We'd like them to do it in advance, because if we've already sold tickets to a show, we're not going to, be rude to the patrons that have, planned ahead of time. But that sort of dinner and a show vibe we're doing in a sort of pick yourself up by your bootstraps from the courtyard to the front of the house. But it is fun. And it's an authentic experience because the musicians convene in the kitchen, and so if people are having a nosh and a nibble or a drink in the courtyard, they'll get to chat with the musicians and then have a more personal experience by the time the show is starting.
I do that. I think it's. I'm a little jealous, and you guys are taking me back. And when you're running, the smaller venues, and the teams are so tight, and it's a river of nickels. Like, what can you do to make 5 more cents? Because that 5 more cents over X amount of shows is going to equal $1, and that's what you're fighting. And then, when I went into the larger venues about 2 years ago, they didn't really have a premium program, and it's been an interesting journey to explain a river of nickels to someone that's swimming in an ocean, well, why do we want to do this extra effort to get, this or that, or add that experience? But it's exciting, but it's like, what can I do that's outside of the traditional suites? Of what people just kind of expect when they go into an arena? And we're starting to make headway. I do work with Josh, and he's definitely helping us, and it's just continuing to go on. We just started at one show doing day of advance or a day of upgrade. So if someone already was in and decided, I don't want to be on the 300 level anymore, how do I get down to a lower level? And that took almost 12 months to get just implemented. And that is a highboy, a laptop, and one person. So I think we're getting there, and it's my mission to continue to add some of these really organic experiences from the small venue into a larger venue environment. So,
but I think it's like it's analogous but different. But rolling up your sleeves, like you did at City Winery, where she sanded them down and got it done. Like, hey, here's a high top laptop. Like, figure it out. We got it.
Have you? Ben's really into the reveal, right? So there are rooms in Preservation Hall that will animate and activate, sometimes for private events, and sometimes if Ben gets a wild hair, and he'll just open up a room and have people convene there, and they'll be like, whoa, where did this come from? And I've been to arenas around the country where there will be like you'll walk up to a metal door and you'll open the metal door and it'll be like burled wood, hardwood floors, velvet couches, and you're like, I'm not in an arena. Like, you know what I'm talking about? Like
That's that Capitol list they don't let me on.
Right. So that you're, But you know what I'm talking. They have those where you're like, holy moly, I can't believe this whole vibe, the speakeasy is existing in this concrete block.
Yeah, and the new arenas, it's definitely, there is more of a trend on premium and how you can add tiered premium from anywhere from, you know, that courtside experience that, you know, Michael Rapino was talking about to, you know, someone on the 300 or the upper level that, you know, has a really cool bar and elevated food that they still have access to. And when you're able to build a new arena, that is awesome. When you have an arena that's 30 years old and she's beautiful and I love her, you know, you don't have some of those spaces. When they built that, the architects weren't thinking in that that wheelhouse of how do we create these premium experiences. And then also, you know, you're renting out the venue for that night, for that show. You're not necessarily in the driver's seat, and you don't have 6 months to necessarily plan before those tickets go on sale. You know, your artist and your promoter, they own that space, and you know, they don't want you to necessarily, you know, take a club space and put a premium dollar amount on it and let someone in or activate it without like approval first. And so there's a lot more kind of politics and stepping stones and trying to get ahead of it and seeing, you know, what you can do to add these experience for your guests, but still make sure you're taking care of your internal guests, your artist and your promoter and everything along those lines.
For sure. Mike, you bring up an interesting point about, you know, these secret rooms and new arenas, and we've seen more of that, right? I think even in retrofitting older buildings with this, I think what the aha moment has been kind of what the overall theme of this panel is about, right? Is like they want to be there for the experience. So there's no windows, right? You're not seeing necessarily the show. Maybe it's being piped in, but you're not seeing the game or the show, but you can provide these experiences for people that's part of the overall experience. It's not just about what's happening on the court. It's not just what's happening on stage, but it's about, you know, getting that drink in a cool room. And I think people have started to explore their venues to be like, okay, like, doesn't matter if there's no windows. Doesn't matter if this is like under a rickety, like, you know.
If you're going to go to the game, if you're going to the concert and there is a sliver of the upper echelon of ticket buyers that can show up 2.5 hours early to eat and drink and, you know, have their own space. And then by the, you know, like how many times have we gone to a concert at Madison Square Garden or the Superdome and you're like timing your dinner and the schlep that you're going to have after dinner to get to the car. If you can just do all that at the stadium or at the arena or at the stadium, you know.
I wish everyone thought that way. You know, I actually would play devil's advocate. I can speak today. You know, when there's some markets where you have to drive 35, 45 minutes to get to that stadium and get to that arena, and they're not in, you know, there's not the experience in the restaurants maybe like around the arena. And I think that sometimes is an easier sell. You know, I'm happy, but we live in this wonderful market where if you did fly in for a concert, you can go to some place like Preservation Hall, you know, and catch the 4:30 show and then go across the street and get dinner at the Will and the Way. Is that what it's called? Long Way.
There's that, yeah.
And then, you know, grab a blue bike and get yourself, you know, to the Dome, like as that opener or the headliner is coming on. And so we do compete kind of against that, and it's great because we live here and we get to enjoy it. But yeah, if I'm trying to convince someone to come have dinner before, you know, the Smoothie King Center when, you know, they can go down the street.
There's like so many options.
Yeah. and I don't blame them, you know, so.
I mean, part of that is my next question is around, I mean, it sounds very basic, but patron communication, right? How are you communicating to your guests ahead of the show, right? How are you communicating to them after they bought the ticket? How are you communicating to them leading up to the show? How are you communicating to them at the show potentially? And, you know, after the show as well? Or, you know, if something unfortunate happened, how are you communicating to them? Show canceled or they didn't have a great experience. Like, what does that look like? I think sometimes venues can kind of tend to miss like what seems like a very basic sort of fundamental thing, but it's really hard to sometimes get that cadence and tone of communication right. And I'm just wondering if you guys could share sort of what you find to be best practices or what's been effective for your particular venues.
So we work with our ticketing platform is called Patron Manager. I don't know if the three of you have heard of that, but we did a lot of research going from cash only to ticketing, and Patron Manager works with a lot of PACs and a lot of nonprofits. And Preservation Hall also has a foundation. So, you know, we wanted to keep it simple and, you know, make sure that, you know, they don't charge an arm and a leg for their service. So therefore, we didn't have to pass on an outsized, you know, we didn't ask them for a giant advance and all of the things that go along with it. But, you know, Ben and our former GM, Ron Rona, drafted the welcome email when you buy the ticket. It's very much a personal experience buying a ticket at Preservation Hall. And then you get to opt in. Instead of us charging a facility fee, you can check a box to donate $5 to the Preservation Hall Foundation and opt in to learning more about the work that we do to protect, preserve, and perpetuate New Orleans culture. So it's funny, we've amassed hundreds of thousands of emails and have a lot of opt-in, and you get thank you notes and all of those things. Another weird, curious thing is that about 20% of the people that come to Preservation Hall are repeat visitors, yet we do a really robust business. So that's a lot of people that come in from out of town that come to Preservation Hall, and then they could be from Nova Scotia or New York City or San Francisco, and 20% of those people will come back, which is wonderful. So that we really like Patron Manager because they speak with and work with our nonprofit, and it's sort of like we don't do a ton of upselling, you know, on the platform.
You know, obviously we have our kind of the classic ways is, you know, you've got your event landing page on the website, which we try to keep robust. You know, we have our know before you go emails. We have our email database. And then socials, you know, it's hard because we are part of a larger machine. You can't always make, you know, venue independent decisions. We're not at a spot right now within our company to do SMS, but I think that is definitely the future, and I look forward to them developing that program, especially when it may come to a last minute like parking special or a door time change or like actual real factual information that we really want to make sure gets in the fans' hands, road closures, etc.
That's an amazing point.
And, you know, so I'm hoping that is the future. You know, I know that I don't open up a whole lot of my email blasts that I get sent to me. So I know that not everyone is opening up that know before you go. And so we do rely very heavily on our socials. Not everyone follows us, but we do try. And then we have very much been leaning into influencer marketing and paid influencer marketing because I think that's important. And we really try to identify who is the local influencer that will speak the loudest to whatever group we're trying to reach and communicate through them. And it looks a little bit more organic, like it's not coming from the venue. Like, hey, you know, this show's sold out, but did you know if you go to this website for premium, you can still get tickets and they're valid and they're not resale? Or did you know this person's coming? And so trying to find different avenues, different blogs, different, you know, people within the actual New Orleans community or that fan base to give a message for us.
And would they ever do anything like more sort of operationally oriented, like, hey, you know, Wheezy's coming on late tonight, or, you know, hey, there's a fun pre-party ahead of time, there's a happy hour, like, come out early, that type of stuff, or more sort of like?
They wouldn't do the informational stuff. I mean, that's, you know, especially because you're working with your promoters, so you're also having to go through what they are approving communication. If like there's a door change, or there's a lineup change, you know, you're getting dictated how that's going to get communicated, and you hope working together that you'll reach, you know, everyone on that information. But I have used them to try to like share the premium experience, like, you know, insiders tips, like, did you know this, you know? Although selling premium experience, like we talked about earlier, is more the norm now. The artists aren't necessarily like kicking back on like, oh, you know, you can't do this, or this is more accepted. The early pre-parties or crash the doors are still an area where like, you know, you kind of still have to kind of figure that out with or without the tourist permission. And We don't do any Crash the Barricade or Fast Lane Pass right now, but, we did do it in the smaller venues, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think the know before you go is like the key. We're really working on that right now at the Bowl. Having the information, I love that you bring that up. I was thinking about this the other day. I was like, we need to make sure we're getting information out there. Like if there's a subway down, the L train's down for whatever reason, what's the other form of transportation you get out to Brooklyn? I think the know before you go is super, 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 super important. Are you guys doing that in City Winery?
Yeah, we also have SMS.
Is know before you go
nice.
like a phrase that people are using, or is it an actual thing?
No, it's a phrase. It's a phrase.
Oh, it's just a
Yeah,
phrase.
it's the phrase.
If you want to start a company,
No, because
Mike,
we
can.
do a version of that. I mean, again, we don't have thousands of people that come, but if a show is delayed or if we have to cancel because of a hurricane or, any kind of act of God, we can reach out to our patrons with a quickness, but it's not preemptive. It's like reactionary to something.
Yeah, we send a know before you go email out before every show. And although it has a general template, what we do put in traffic maps sometimes, or we have different rideshare activation programs. So we'll put in the map and the star, this is where the rideshare is going to drop you off. This is how you get in. This is a clear bag.
This street's closed in the French Quarter. This street's closed in the French Quarter. This street's closed in the French Quarter.
Very good voice.
There's a pothole.
And you hope that people read it, but there's always, someone's always going to still bring a backpack to a show.
Well, that's the thing. We had these two shows with this band called JO1. I mean, the fans were lined up overnight, and their biggest question is what can we bring to the show? I mean, they were all outside, freezing cold with their little clear backpacks, their clear bags, and that know before you go saved us. I mean, people were calling it. They wanted that information before they arrived.
Funny thing is, I once we got SMS, I thought things were changing for us. I was like, this is amazing. Something cancels, but we still keep the doors open if something cancels, just in case, right? But then a few weeks ago, we had a show cancel, and a guest comes in, and we're like, oh, we sent out an email, and then we sent out text messages, and reach into their purse, and they pull out that flip phone, and I said, okay. Well, so then the next time a show canceled, based on what I had learned, I was like, okay, let's turn into a call center. Let's call everybody. So I think it's not a one size fits all. It's definitely for us looking at the demographic, and we're in a position to be able to call as many people as we can and try to get them before they leave the house. If it's a last minute thing.
For Preservation Hall, we are preemptive insofar as when somebody gets their receipt, we don't call it know before you go, but it's sort of like when you get here, here's some tips. Here's some tips for navigating the French Quarter.
Right. But sometimes, I mean, even when they get that, the one thing that I always get in Atlanta, and if any of y'all have ever been to Atlanta, is the traffic and the parking, right? And somebody will walk in and they'll be like, it was horrible finding parking. And you're like, this is Atlanta.
Right.
Right. Sometimes I want to ask, how long have you lived here? Did you just move here? But yeah, we give them instructions, but sometimes no matter what you do.
Put the address in maps. Put the address in maps the day before.
Right.
You can tell them to do all the things. They just typically will never do it.
Yeah.
So we have about 15 minutes left. I definitely have more questions, but I wanted to see if there were any questions from the audience before I continued. No? We're good? We're good? Okay. Talk about artist hospitality, right? And providing some of that, because obviously it can make a difference how the artist feels in your venue before they go on stage, and potentially after they come off stage, what their experience is like. So I'm just wondering if you can share some insights, or I'm not necessarily asking for stories, but if you want to share stories.
I can speak to that. Well,
From
Preservation Hall.
both sides, probably.
Yeah, well, I mean, Preservation Hall was Ben Jaffe's home. So it doesn't get any more hospitable than having spent the night there and showered there and had your breakfast there and done your homework there and lived with your cousins and your mom and dad. And at least a dozen of the musicians that are playing there now were playing there when Ben was a little boy. So yes, coffee, food, a comfortable place to commiserate. The musicians treat Preservation Hall like a home away from home, and they're treated like family at Preservation Hall. Conversely, when we do special events and artists that aren't hall performers come, they're treated with dignity and respect. And we have the kitchen, we have everything is set up, and Ben takes that behavior very personally, because it's how he wanted to be treated, it's how he was treated when he was raised, and that's how he watched his parents treat the Humphrey brothers and the people that helped inspire Louis Armstrong to become who he was. So we don't have to provide hospitality for Fleetwood Mac, or unless they come to Midnight Preserves, but that's sort of like how we handle our hospitality.
Ours is definitely, just to echo what you're saying, consistency. If you are a local comedian and it's your first time on a stage of our size, you're going to get the same hospitality as somebody that's been in the game 25, 30 years, right? And when I first came on, that was not the thing, and I didn't know. I was still learning, and I had someone that was actually doing hospitality in the green room let the artists know how many tickets they had sold, and that their hospitality was basically going to be equivalent to that. I ran, right? I ran. I didn't walk. I ran. I was like, ah! Ever since then, I mean, our team does a great job, but it's just, I don't even have to remind them now. It doesn't matter who's coming on that stage. They're all going to be treated the same way.
Yeah, I'd say same for Brooklyn Bowl. I started working there 15 years ago as a server, and it was drilled into me that every one of these artists that comes through deserves respect. We have Blue Urban Restaurant Group that we partner with when we open, so we have the joy of already having amazing food in house instead of doing a hospo shop, which is it gets challenging when, especially with touring bands coming through, because they're expecting here's your $1,000 payout for hospo. We don't do that, but it's reassuring the artists when they come through, you're going to get a hot meal. You get your fried chicken, you can get your delicious, Greek salad, all coming from the kitchen, in the green room, in the restaurant, wherever you want to go with your meal ticket, with a dedicated server. So the vibes of taking care of artists stems from, Peter's world, Charlie's world. It's always been extremely important, and I'm glad we're still able to do that, this many years on.
So I've been kind of fortunate to see the evolution of the back of house enhancement over the last decade or so. And it's been kind of interesting to watch. In the beginning, it was kind of like, oh, this is awesome. This group is coming. We're gonna get this custom poster made for them, or I've done some crazy things. And they come in and it's like, oh, this is new and this is cool. And they, outside of the, the catering and, the green room server and also how much control you actually have at backstage and what you can bring in. And then it kind of became almost this like, how can you one up the other venue situation? And which is fun. I like that game too. And then now it's kind of like, there's either expectation or actually the artist kind of coming back and saying, we want to make sure that none of this actually happens. Like, please don't do this. And then sometimes they're like, we would like this. And that makes it easy because then but it depends on the artist. It depends on what they want. And so for me now, I really focus on experiences backstage, and I really focus on the traveling crew. Not that we don't try to make that one particular artist feel good, but there's a lot of artists that come through that I just will never have the budget to buy them something that they're like.
And they don't want to spend as little time in the venue as possible.
They don't want to talk to me. But I've got all these wonderful crew people who have just been on a bus for 8 months, and if they're still talking to each other, I'm like, yes. And if they're not, then I'm there to make sure that everyone loves each other when they leave. So whether that's bringing puppies, alligators, snakes, tattoo artists, massages, barbers, somebody's mom, whether I'm giving them toothbrush, socks, toiletries, can I do your laundry, whatever they actually need. And we have postcards that already have postage on them for every tour that come in, and so they can, and we say, we're gonna mail these for you, so they can write a little letter to their, their spouse or their kids, like, oh, I'm in New Orleans, and you try to do that, like, can I get you a snowball? Verdi March down the street. I've done that.
I have isn't there something about when a tour started in New Orleans, right? There's a tax break. Like, don't you have a lot of tours start at
I
the
don't have a
Smoothie
lot
King
of.
and the Superdome?
I don't have a lot of star. I don't know if that still exists. I know when I was at the Fillmore, we did a lot more of the first shows, and I would much rather be the last show than the first show in any tour. But like, I have a lot of tours ending in the next kind of the coming up rounds. We also get a lot of like second leg. So
What does it look like when you have someone like Paul McCartney come into your room?
honored. Obviously, I've never met a Knight before or a Beatle. I am stoked. I mean, I won't get to meet him or talk to him, but I am personally very, very excited. But we want to do what we can do to make sure that, and you will see this if you're driving around New Orleans the day of his show, which is October 29th. They still have premium availability if you need it. You will see New Orleans will be welcoming Paul McCartney into this city. And if you drive by the Smoothie King Center, it'll be very obvious from the outside and the inside that we will be very happy to have him. Actually, if you drive down Poydras Street right now, I worked with New Orleans and Company, and October is Music Month, for those of you who know, and we were able to get Poydras Street pole banners highlighting all of our acts in October, and put the Music Month logo up there and worked with them to try to use some of those local or those larger artists to bring attention to the program that New Orleans and Company is doing to support our local artists with Music Month. But I'll make sure he feels he's welcomed.
I do want to throw something that came to my mind too. It's like you do have those artists that don't really respond to the advance, don't send a rider, and then like pull up with 20 people. So also establishing realistic expectations when that happens, right? Going to the point person and saying, okay, what are we gonna need? Because it can derail your night, right? Somebody's trying to, all of a sudden all your Don Julio Respo is gone because, right, they've asked for 4 bottles. So when you get those one-offs, establishing realistic expectations of what you can actually do.
I'd just like to say that Music Month, it's called Rocktober in our world.
Well,
it's
called in
called
Rocktober
Music
in
Month here.
all of our
There's
world.
an actual thing.
Well, yes.
Yeah, no, it's a
great.
thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the industry, it's still Rocktober. Okay. But in the city of New Orleans, we do have a program called Music Month.
Good to know.
Of which NOLA by NOLA is part of.
It is.
So yes. I don't know. I feel like this is like ending on like a sour note, but I feel like I wanted to ask this. I know we're almost out of time.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that bad of a note. Don't worry. It's not another Mike Rapino question. Don't go sour. I guess I'm just curious. Maybe I'll try to phrase this in a better way. Take a master. Let's talk about that. What is your biggest? I was gonna use the phrase pet peeve. But what is the thing that you notice when you walk into other venues that aren't yours that you're like, I wish they would do that a little differently, or the salt and pepper shakers aren't in the right place, or like the bathrooms aren't clean, or like what is like the fundamental thing when you walk into a venue you're like, that needs to be like on lock, that needs to be sorted, and it's like the thing you notice when you walk into a, given the lenses that you guys have when you walk into a venue that isn't yours.
Cleanliness, that would probably be first and foremost. You go into a bathroom and there's toilet paper all over the floor. It's like, get me out of here. And if that's the way the bathrooms look, that's the way the rest of the house looks, in my opinion.
I would say uninformed and dispassionate staff. And I will pay City Winery and Brooklyn Bowl Michael Dorff, Shlomo, and Pete are friends of mine for like 30 years, and they run a tight ship, but they're also great. They manage. There's an old saying that the fish thinks from the head, and Pete picks up the phone with a smile on his face. Michael Dorff is, what can I do for you? How can I help you? And everybody that works at those two organizations, and we instill that, by virtue of Ben's leadership and the way that I was raised. Our staff is like polite, kind, and they care about the history of the hall. They know the musicians by name. It's very comfortable.
Yeah, I had a recent experience. I went to a festival, and they had obviously, it was a touring festival, and they obviously hired a bunch of local regional workers who I'm sure were very nice, but we'd ask the question of like, where is this? And the person was like, I have no idea. I've been standing here for 3 hours. I have no idea. Okay, not your fault. Okay, no problem, thanks. And like we moved on, but clearly had not been informed, was not invested in the event, but felt like had they been okay, great, thanks. It's right over here. that sort of stuff.
For me, mine is lack of eye contact and like no pleasantry at all. I try to drive it home with my staff, right? No matter what you're doing, no matter how busy it is, make eye contact. How are you doing today? I'm not going to say which one, but I recently went to a concert, and I mean, the experience from the door to my seat was like TSA. Right? I mean, by the time I got to my seat, I was kind of disgruntled. I was like, hope the flight's not delayed, right? So, yeah, that.
I mean, yeah, echo. I think that regardless of what positions we sit in, we are in the industry of, you know, making memories. It's cheesy. I had this discussion with my staff the other day. You know, I can't even tell you how many people's picture from their 21st birthday I'm in back when I used to, you know, bartend at TGI Fridays. But, you know, I didn't want to sing that song, but it mattered to that person that was only going to turn 21 one time in their life, you know? And so anything that we can do to add to that someone's experience, to make them smile, to be like, that's the best show. You know, I was at a concert last night, and, you know, in the middle of the set, I was like, oh, I got to go to the bathroom, you know, and you just full on expect a line. And I, you know, ran in and I opened the bathroom door. And even though there was 15 women in there was at least 5 stalls open. And I was like, yes, you know, and that matters. Like, cause then you get back in your seat and you can order another drink and you can, you know, sing whatever song you want to sing. And, but yeah, just, if someone, I want someone to feel like, I want to feel appreciated that, you know, I'm there and that you're ready to be an active part in like my experience. And that's what we do.
Well, I think that's a perfect way to end. My thanks to all of you. My thanks to SIG. Thanks to NOLA by NOLA. This is NOLA by NOLA Talks. It's been a great 2 days. We appreciate everyone coming out, tuning in, and look forward to more of this in the future.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. Great job. There's probably a few Stellas still out there, so grab yourself a complimentary beverage. And thank you for everyone for participating in NOLA by NOLA Talks. And Travis and Danny in the back, thank you for everything you all did, keeping us online and live and all the good stuff. You guys have been great on behalf of the New Orleans Jazz Museum. Have a great weekend. Lots of great music happening all over the city. 3 more days of NOLA by NOLA. Thank you.